Members, please start making your way to the chamber. Members, if you're in your office, please start making your way to the chamber. The House will come to order. The clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 74 of the calendar, House Bill number 331 by Representative Woods relating to public schools.
Chair recognizes Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 331 makes a slight adjustment to the state K through 12 A through F report card that is assigned to each public school and school district. This bill would exclude the academic achievement category on non-public transfer students for the first 3 years they're enrolled in public schools. These students will get the same education, take the same test as all other students. However, they are coming into public school with a different educational background and foundation. This bill will allow public schools 3 years to make sure that a non-public transfer student is grade level proficient before the state uses their achievement test as a factor in the state report card. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Collins of Morgan.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative Woods, I want to thank you. I know that you care about this and you've worked on it really hard. I do want to point out that I believe accountability is very, very important. I feel like what this does is weaken accountability in systems. I'm really not sure how we're going to designate which ones are non-public coming into public because they're not a preset designation list. I wonder how they are out for 3 years and in. And I also feel like we're cherry picking what we want. We're letting their growth count, but we're not counting achievement. And I just, you and I have had numerous talks about this, and I appreciate you listening to me.
Yes, ma'am.
But I just felt like I would be remiss if I didn't say I don't really support this.
I understand, and I appreciate our conversation and going back and forth on that particular topic. There's a couple things that you mentioned. I agree with you. I want accountability. I think students deserve accountability. We all, as taxpayers, deserve accountability. You mentioned how are we going to track this. I did have some conversations with the Department of Education. They did reiterate to me that this would not be a heavy lift to them because they would create fields within their LMS, I assume that's their software tracking system, to be able to identify these students. When they come into public schools, they will create a field at the time they're enrolled to be able to track them. And as far as out-of-state students, they would be able to get that same information and then allow it to fall in for 3 years.
Is that out-of-state that were in public schools or out-of-state students in
They'll
general?
make request of that transcript. This is what they currently do. And then when they get that information back, then they can notate it accordingly. And you had another question. I can't remember which one, what it was.
Well, I'm not sure I had a question. I just don't care for the bill.
I understand. Now, you did mention the growth cherry picking. I did also uncover over the weekend that for the first 2 years that a student enrolls in public schools from a non-public school, their growth category is not factored for 2 years. And so it's almost a moot point. And I believe the reason for that is they had a different set of curricula, different set of standards, so they don't have a baseline and benchmark. So for the first 2 years, they're not being counted in that anyway. So that's really not moving the needle forward very much in that regard. I do believe this is a fairly small number of students coming into public education. And the weighting that I believe that I uncovered was 20% of the overall factors for the report card grade. So we're talking about a relatively small number and 20% of their factor being integrated into that grade.
And that is part of my problem, is I would really like achievement to be a much higher part of that grade so that we know all our students are actually making progress. And so I just wanted to once again share my concerns, but I want to thank you for working so hard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Lomax and Madison.
Thank you, Representative. I guess I just wanted a little bit of clarity. So what about the students that are doing very well and they transfer in and they have great standardized test levels? I mean, would that not penalize our school systems?
Well, you may very well have a private school student or a homeschool student that transfers into public schools, that does very well. And should the public school be given credit for that student, though? We didn't produce that student's success. That was done through prior learning and prior instruction. So similarly, if a student performs poorly, then is that also in the public school? The point is, let's use factors that accurately reflect the merit of the public school being graded and not the merit of the student's previous learning environment. And I believe that the bill accomplishes that.
So I guess I think I kind of like that. What's the overarching thought process behind this? Is it, you want to, I guess you just want to make sure that you are getting credit for what you actually produced, right?
Correct. Well, when a student enrolls in a public school that comes in severely below grade level, that's not the student's fault in most cases. All right. It's certainly not their teacher's fault in public school. It's not the public school's fault in general. Therefore, we need to give them time to provide instruction and help that student get grade level proficient before we factor their achievement grade into the state report card. And this bill's calling for 3 years to accomplish that.
Well, thanks. My school board's for it. Appreciate you bringing it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Boyd of Calhoun.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Do you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, for the first time, Representative Collins and I are on the same page. How about that? Congratulations. I'm real concerned, just as she is. Number one, when you say certain assessments, that's not specified, because you're dealing with testings and abilities. That's too broad. But have you seek legal advice of what is the constitutionality of this?
Well,
have you talked to any lawyer?
Yes, ma'am. I actually have. When I first started thinking about this idea, I went to all of the association groups that specialize in education that come to all of our ed policy meetings. So superintendents, school boards, all of them, and the Department of Education. And they made sure to vet with their attorneys that this would not affect federal funding in any way. We're not changing anything about the federal report card because that's what actually measures the federal funding coming into the state. So all we're doing is affecting the state report card by not factoring in students who have not previously been enrolled in public schools for 3 years. We're going to give them time to get on grade level before we start counting their test grade, similar to what we do with the English learning students. Currently, we don't count them for 5 years on the state report card. This will do the same thing on the achievement portion only. We still measure their growth. They still go to class, take all the standardized tests everybody else takes. Teachers and principals and superintendents, that's where this idea come from, because they had students coming in 3 years below grade level. They couldn't read in the second and third grade, but yet we're making the public schools be accountable for what somebody else did prior to them coming to a public school, or didn't do, might be the better way to say that.
I understand very well what you're trying to do. But to really accomplish what you're doing, I think you're going to have lawsuits if you pass this just like that eventually. Because one parent is going to show and bring, and testing is very specific. It's the categories. Some brilliant students don't test well.
Sure.
Some low performing do better. I know probably someone is complaining, but in all due respect to you, thank you, but this is dangerous for us as it's written and not specific, because I do think this will open the door for some litigation and some lawsuits.
If I may respond, the Department of Education, I've had a lot of conversations with them. They all told me that they felt like this would be an easy lift to implement and didn't indicate that they had any concerns about doing this.
Sir, I respect the Department of Education, but I spent 45 years and 6 months in education, 7 to 12, 2-year, 4-year HBCUs. I disagree with this, and I think it's very dangerous at the way it's being done, but thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
The question for the body's adoption of the BIR, the clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 86 yeas, 12 nays. The BIR is adopted.
I'd move for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 311. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 80 yeas, 5 nays. House Bill 331 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Before we move on, the chair would like to recognize a special guest in the balcony, Maria Crow from Blount County. She's the mother of Paige Luella Crow and is a guest of Representative Standridge. Please stand. You hear? Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. The clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 406 with substitute by Representative Clark relating to county housing authorities.
Chair recognizes Representative Clark of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a companion bill to one that we previously adopted earlier today, as a matter of fact. Municipal and county housing authorities were created under separate legislation. The bills do the same thing, and so I ask, if no one has any questions, that we adopt the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Has everybody voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted.
And so, just as with the bill pertaining to municipal housing authorities, this one pertaining to county housing authorities also has a substitute, and it includes provisions to satisfy requests by the realtors, the County Commissions Association, and 2 contractor groups. So I
Question
move
for the body's
adoption.
adoption of the substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, 0 nays. The substitute is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Bill 406 as substituted.
Question for the body's final passage of House Bill 406 is substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. House Bill 406 passes. Clerk
Thank you,
will call
Mr.
the next
Speaker.
bill in the special order
Thank you,
calendar.
colleagues.
On page 75 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 183 by Senator Hatcher relating to virtual education.
Chair recognizes Representative Stubbs.
Mr. Speaker, we passed the House version. We can carry this bill over.
Question for the body is to carry the bill over. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Bill's carried over. Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 4 of the calendar, House Bill number 36 with substitute by Representative Ensler relating to firearms.
Chair recognizes Representative Ensler of Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will prohibit persons from possessing a firearm that has a part or combination of parts designed or intended to convert a firearm into a machine gun installed on or attached to the firearm. I just want to briefly speak about why this bill is so important. I've heard from law enforcement all throughout the state how much of a need there is for this. The Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, the Fraternal Order of Police, the district attorneys, and the sheriffs all wholeheartedly endorse and support this bill. So this is an opportunity to support them in the work that they do. For those who don't know, increasingly these devices called Glock switches or trigger activators are put on the end of a handgun. It turns it into a machine gun that can then virtually not be controlled by the person shooting it. Law enforcement are increasingly finding these, but there is not a state offense currently that makes it illegal in Alabama. So the goal with this legislation is to deter people from using them in the first place. And then, of course, so if they do use it, that there will be consequences for doing so. The last thing I want to share, and I know she had to leave, but on a personal note, what has been a large driver or motivation behind this bill, there's a mother named Vanessa Pierce who was here just a moment ago, but again had to leave. Her son, Trayvon, was killed by what eyewitnesses say was a gun that had one of these devices on them. So she knows that this legislation can bring her son back, and it won't stop every act of gun violence, but she certainly wants us to try to save some lives and do the right thing here as legislators and enact this. So I'm certainly open to questions, and if not, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Ream of Henry County.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lee. When you described this bill, you stated that the parts actually had to be in the weapon.
Correct.
But that's not how the bill reads, right?
So, yeah, we do have a substitute. So after the BIR, we'll move for the substitute that has that corrected language.
Okay. So these parts, as you're describing in the bill, as I read, are parts that would turn a weapon, a firearm into a machine gun. Is that what you're stating, right?
That is correct.
Okay. But in the state of Alabama, under state law, a machine gun is not illegal.
Right, so it's illegal under federal law. So what we then do in this bill is refer to the definition of federal law, and it would just ban, it's not going to ban all machine guns, but a handgun that is converted into one using those trigger activator or Glock switches.
So in the incident you described earlier, it was already against the law to have that conversion kit, correct?
So it's against federal law, and the reason, though, our district attorneys, sheriffs, law enforcement in the state want it is that the federal prosecutors only can take on so many cases. They are stretched thin with caseloads. They're understandably selective in what they go after. They, for the most part, go after kind of the bigger fish. So this would give our district attorneys throughout the state the ability to hold people accountable on the state level, and they very much want that.
So you're saying there's been incidents where there's been a shooting, a robbery, somebody committing a crime with one of these, and they just let them go?
So they could be charged with, say, if it's, God forbid, a murder or homicide. If there's another crime, they could be charged with it, but what they can't be charged with right now under state law is specifically using that very, very dangerous device itself. So this is just another tool.
Well, you said using. You just said using. Using it, whether it have it.
I'm sorry, possess or use it. So, right, if they use it and there's another crime, they can be charged for that other crime right now. In addition, though, with this law, they can then be charged for having that conversion. But even from just possessing it, they are so deadly and so dangerous that law enforcement want to be able to deter people and stop them from even using them in the first place.
So, you stated all across the state, you've been contacted, but, I have 5 police departments, 2 county sheriffs. I'm pretty much on quick dial with my county sheriffs, and not one of them has mentioned the importance of this. Not one. They could have easily told me, Rick, this is important. Matter of fact, before the session, I go over everything with them, what's important to them, and this was not mentioned.
I know, the Sheriff's Association has wholeheartedly endorsed it, so I wish the individuals did call you, but as an association, they voted.
Right. I rely, and I know how the associations work, but I rely on my local folks reaching out to me what's important to my district. Sure. And I've had a lot reaching out and said that they didn't want this to pass. One of the things is again, I'll see what your amendment looks like, but again, we're attacking a tool. You know, you have criminals that are already doing criminal activity, and to me, what this does is creates a situation where now the tool is now illegal, and right now you have. I'll give you the instance you had up in Arkansas. There was a airport manager who went to work every day. And the ATF went and raided his home. He didn't know it was the ATF. He raised a gun, and now he's dead. They shot him dead, going after his tools. And that's what these are. And so we're opening up another can of worms in which now you want the state to go track these down when machine guns are already by state law illegal. And so I don't agree with this. I'm going to have to vote no. But I just wanted to make sure that I understood where you're going. I'll look at your amendment, but I don't think it's going to do it any good. These people are already committing crimes with a handgun. Whether it's got this kit or not isn't going to make a difference. I just, envision if somebody's got this kit, it's a bag of tools that's not in the weapon. And say a grandfather had it and he passed it on, and now it's around the house. Now the mother or the son, they end up inheriting this. It's sitting there. Now they don't even know they got this illegal bag of parts that are sitting there, because right now the way this states, it's the parts that's illegal, not the firearm.
Yeah, so and again, we'll get to the substitute and the amendments in a minute, but just a few points. I mean, the tools, though, are under that logic that we would say we shouldn't have any criminal offense because people are going to commit crimes to begin with. The reason we enact criminal offenses is because we want to deter people. We want to stop them in the first place. But then if they do go ahead and carry out the act, we want to hold them accountable. So yes, we're in this situation focusing on the tool attached to the firearm, but in the bigger picture, the idea is that we enact criminal statutes because we want people to know that kind of action or behavior won't be tolerated. A second point. We handle so many cases, so in the same way that murder can be a crime on the federal level and on the state level, as with many other criminal offenses, it just gives more tools in the toolbox for district attorneys, for prosecutors on the local or state level to handle these. So law-abiding citizens that have this are now put into a category. Now they're illegal just by possession of one of these. And so now they're a criminal, and they've really never committed any crime. What's changed is you just now made this part illegal. So we make all sorts of things a crime just to have people that are, ordinary citizens, but once they possess something, if they possess drugs, if they possess certain materials, right? There are certain things that become a crime just by mere possession. So we vote on stuff like that all the time in this body where there's a sense that there's certain items in the world that are so dangerous to either people or other people. Well, but in these cases,
you don't have an amendment, the Second Amendment of the Constitution that protects your right to keep and bear arms. There's a reason it's the second. But anyway.
And this in no way infringes on the Second Amendment. This has been, the federal ban has been in place for decades. It has upheld any court challenges, so there's no question about the constitutionality. I would not bring a bill that infringes on the Second Amendment.
I think this thing with the Glock kit has not been adjudicated in court that I'm aware of. I mean, they still haven't got through the bump stock thing, and this seems like it's very similar to that.
And I want to be clear, this has nothing to do with bump stocks. That is being litigated. This are devices that have been, the ban has been in place on the federal level for decades. So that it has been cleared constitutionally, legally, over and over again. So there's no.
But yet we've never, machine guns have been federally illegal for years, since the, I forgot the name, the NFI, I think it's called, but not the Gun Control Act.
Federal Firearms
Act. But that one. I mean, why that hasn't been a problem. So basically, you're making it illegal to convert something that's already illegal, in my opinion.
But we do this every day in this chamber. There are things that are drugs that are illegal
Doesn't
on the
make it
federal
right.
level. We then do it on the state level. And again, the idea is federal prosecutors go after some of the bigger fish, larger cases. And on the state level, our district attorneys do an incredible job then on the local level. And that's why we want to give them something that they can do where they're not having to just pass these cases off. So again, overall, I mean, this is constitutional, upholds the Second Amendment.
So
and
give
is
me an
really
example
pro
in
law enforcement.
which somebody is, we would have desired the federal government, the ATF, to come and enforce this, and they just didn't. Give me an example.
So I've met with them numerous times. They only take a percentage of these cases because they only have enough prosecutors to handle so many.
But give me an example of one of those that they haven't taken.
So there are hundreds of them. I mean, they've taken.
Then come up with one.
And I don't want to get ahead of certain investigations that are happening, but there are reports that the Dadeville shooting did include these devices. There have not been charges.
So they've
on the
already
federal
committed
level.
a crime, right? We're already prosecuting them for a crime. It's a gun crime.
Right. So the idea is
So
we want
what
to
are we
stop
gonna do? We're
people
just
in
try
the
to-
first
we're just
place
doing the-
from using them.
We're just trying to tack on extra years. But the problem is you end up collecting in folks, average citizens that are not criminals. That's the problem. I mean, those are criminals that need to be prosecuted. I agree with that. But this rule collects up everybody who might have that in their
Right,
possession.
and last one, I know the time's almost up, but to your point about, if someone else, if a family member, right, it's individual responsibility. If someone has that gun at home and a child or a family member picks it up, that individual, that family needs to be responsible for what they do in their home or with their firearm. So we don't touch that in any way, but that's a choice that individuals.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Stringer of Mobile.
Hey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you. Now, I just want to bring up a few points also. I would probably not own one of these devices, but I still think there's a thin line between what we're doing and what the end result. You talk about I've been in law enforcement 32 years. You talk about having a tool for law enforcement. Yeah, I mean, that everything helps. We could actually, if we wanted, we could do away with the Fourth Amendment that would do away with unreasonable search and seizure. And if law enforcement cops were able to search cars or homes without probable cause or search warrants or consent, think of the drugs, guns, and money we could take off the street, and including the bad guys. But do we want to go to that length to give another tool to do this? In the bill, is this addressing a pistol, or is this addressing any gun?
Is it addressing?
In the bill, is this addressing devices on a pistol, on a Glock, or is this addressing any gun?
It's just on a handgun that is converted into a machine gun under then that federal definition. And and to your point about the Fourth Amendment, as you know, of course, there are exceptions to the Fourth Amendment. Of course, if there are some sort of imminent threat, if there are certain terrorist circumstances. So with every single amendment in the Bill of Rights, there are, I don't want to say exceptions, but there are rules that govern them.
Yeah.
So whether it's the First Amendment, we say, right, people can't shout fire in a crowded theater.
That's right.
So even with the Second Amendment, this in no way takes away that right. People can still own a gun, they can own a rifle, they can do all the things that they want to do. We don't want to touch on that at all. What we're just saying is that when you turn something into a machine that has no purpose other than to wreak havoc and terrorize, at that point we say, well, that is something in society that we don't want.
Yeah. We've seen it, you read the articles where it's being used in certain areas. Some departments are catching them and taking them off the street. But, on the same note, like I said, I've been a cop a long time. We are very creative, and, we learn the law, and you learn to work the system to be able to enforce things. And like I tell everybody, there's a thin line between police in your community and harass in your community. And, it's the same with our legislative issues. We have to find that balance in making sure that we're safe, but without infringing on our constituents or citizens. And that's one of the things that I want to make sure that we're doing here. In committee, you accepted an amendment that I brought, and I appreciated that. Which would basically, hopefully kind of put it in line with what the federal law is now. But as Representative Ream said, there's already a federal law, and in our area, in Mobile County, I know the federal prosecutor is handling these cases and taking them as we get them. So I don't know if there's as much of a need for it right now with the feds taking these and handling them. But my biggest, if we pass this, then we say, well, you can't have a magazine over 10, or you can't have a magazine over 5, or you can't have a magazine, and I just don't want it to get to where we go down that path to address that. We want to make sure that we are protecting our constituents and those. The bad actors, everybody has a tendency to forget and think that the Second Amendment is a group right, and that when one person acts up, it's kind of like one of your siblings act up, mom and dad take the ball from everybody. Well, it's the same thing. We can't go and take from everybody just because we got some bad actors. And I definitely know that we have bad actors. And as you said earlier, we got laws against murder and everything else, and we try to address those. But mainly is just trying to address the actors and do these. What I would particularly like to see is let's bring a bill that would increase the penalties on anybody that uses one of these devices in a crime. If anybody uses one of these in a drive-by or any type of crime, then there'd be some stiff or severe penalties for those that are the bad actors. That way we are addressing the bad actors and not everybody, and not just putting a blanket over the state because of the bad actors that we're dealing with. I would like to see, us consider working on something like that to address the penalties phase of it versus when it's used in a crime versus just the possession of it. I think there's a lot that we could do, but I just don't know if this bill's the select bill that we need to handle this.
Sure, no, and I appreciate, the amendment that you brought and us working on it, and I'll cover that when we get to the substitute and explain that. Again, and understand that maybe in Mobile, the federal prosecutors are taking these more, but the reason I brought this bill was, again, and I'll say it over and over again, hearing from the Fraternal Order of Police, the DAs, the sheriffs, the LEA, that is not happening all throughout the state, where the federal prosecutors are able to take all of them. I've also then met, as I said, with the federal prosecutors, where in certain districts, they're stretched thin with other, whether it is trafficking or drug cases. So every district, of course, is a little bit different. So in Mobile, if it's working fine, that's great. But of course, we're voting on what will impact the entire state, and want to make sure that all throughout the state, we're not tying the hands of law enforcement any more than we currently are. And to the point that you made, this just mirrors federal law. We took the exact language. This isn't creating, some sort of new language or law. It's just saying what's happening on the federal level, let's do on the state level. Of course, every day we come in here and pledge allegiance, and to the flag. We always swear to uphold the Constitution, and what if we want, and what that includes are the federal laws. So by enacting this on the state level, we're just following what we already have committed ourselves to doing.
That's right. Well, I appreciate your work on it. I appreciate you working with me, and I'll be back up in a few minutes.
Sure. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Butler of Etowah. I'd like to welcome former Representative David Sessions to the floor. Thank you for descending down and visiting with us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was curious, does the sponsor of the bill support the Second Amendment?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you think the Constitution would have been ratified without the Second Amendment?
Ratified without it? No, it's an integral part of it, as is every amendment in the Constitution and certainly in the Bill of Rights. This in no way infringes on the Second Amendment. Again, this law on the federal level has been on the books for decades and decades. It has not been overturned. There are no challenges to it. So fully support the Second Amendment. That's not in question, though. This is not about that. This is about giving law enforcement in Alabama a constitutional tool to deter and combat crime.
Okay. Do you think the Sons of Liberty would have wanted to be outgunned?
Again, I think we're speaking past each other a little bit, because this does not infringe on the Second Amendment. It doesn't take away people's right to own a firearm, to have a handgun, to have a rifle. This just deals with certain devices that are added to them. Certainly were not around at the time of the Founding Fathers, and again, these have only come about in more recent years, so it has nothing to do with the Bill of Rights or the founding to begin with. Of course, there's a Second Amendment right. That's not an issue here.
Well, I would have to disagree with you. The founders would never want to be outgunned. They would never support legislation restricting. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll sit down, but I would encourage everyone to vote no on the BIR. Thank you.
And I just want to clarify a point. No one will be outgunned or outnumbered in any way. This doesn't take away people's guns. It takes away the devices that are put on them.
Chair recognizes Representative Bedsole of Shelby.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, it's getting late in the day. So I just wanted to come up, and certainly this bill first arrived to us in committee, and it looked a little bit different in the way it is right now, which I think is a really good thing. I wanted to be the guy that came up and gave sort of the firsthand testimony, not anything I personally have experienced, but certainly with my law enforcement knowledge, to see what these modifications are doing to these handguns. I think the thing we have to realize here is the intent in the way that the pistol is manufactured was never intended to feed rounds through the pistol at this rapid rate. I think at best, firearms experts would tell you that perhaps the first shot would be accurate, but all other shots after that are not going to be accurate. So I don't see this as a Second Amendment issue, because I do fully support the Second Amendment, but I also fully support your bill, because this is a public safety issue. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This has nothing to do with race in our state. This has to do with a reckless discharge of a handgun that is injuring and killing people in our state. And as a legislative body, we have to be comfortable to stand up despite any of our feelings that we might get into a debate about this being a Second Amendment issue, but we have to be comfortable enough to stand up and say that we are no longer going to allow modifications to a weapon like this that is killing our people of our state. And so for that, I am here to fully support your bill and what it is trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 62 ayes, 36 nays. The BR is adopted.
Thank you. Great. Thank you all. We still have work to do, though. There is a committee sub that I'll just briefly explain. We just wanted to put language in there that owned under federal law would not be touched at all with this bill. And that we also put the language in that clarifies that it's not possession of the device, it's the possession of the device on the modified weapon. So with that, I would move for the committee sub or take any questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavanna Jefferson.
I want to take this opportunity to thank you. I had a bill similar to this one, and it went through the Public Safety Committee, and the chair would not allow it even opportunity to come to committee. I've sponsored legislation like this before, as well as others, and we did not have a shot. So I'm committee that would at least give you an opportunity to work with law enforcement authorities and agencies from across this country to try to get something that we could live with. So I wanted to just thank you for doing what you're doing and for being vigilant in your trying. I'm going to reserve my comments that I was going to say, because anytime someone comes to this microphone and start talking about what the framers or the founders of this country intended or did not intend, I think that you're beginning to tread in very dangerous territories, because there are a lot of things that the founders of this country that you all herald intended, or should I say did not intend. Because if there was an intent by some, my people would still be in bondage. The Civil War would not have been fought. 1619 would not have happened. So when you talk about all of these things about what the framers or the founders of this country intended, I just think that maybe you need to preface your deliberations a little bit differently. As I said, I heard in a movie one time, I didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on me. And so that was the only reason that I rose to say that, because there's no differently than one day somebody rising to say, Harold Adam Scott Key, and then we came back to say, well, did you know he owned slaves? So at the end of the day, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm not going to say anything further. Hopefully you will get your bill out. But I do want to commend the Judiciary Committee for allowing you an opportunity, because we have young children. These are weapons that are going into the hands of young children who are not old enough to understand. Some of them are, let me say this, to understand the undertaking of what they're doing. Our kids are dying in the streets. We just talked about legislation, and all in Washington is what the Palestinians, or what between the Palestine and the Israel war. Well, we have a war going on right in our communities right here. We have young children, and especially in my community, that are dropping like flies because they're able to purchase these types of apparatuses. Listen, January the 10th, this country had a black cloud over its head. Again, I say, when Nick Saban announced that he was retiring from the University of Alabama, I have never seen so many people walking around in mourning over a decision that a man makes, but yet our children die in the streets every day in and day out, and we do not flinch or flicker to do anything about the crime in the state of Alabama with regards to our children. We are in a pandemic mode here in Alabama. Now, my colleague who is on the police force, he got up here to defend that bill that Representative Treadaway had. But listen, and I am a supporter of exhibition driving, but we need to have that same spirit when it comes to fighting. That's right, Treadaway. Now listen, let me tell y'all something about me and Treadaway. Me and Treadaway been together for 30 years. We've been friends, and we have fought. And we're gonna always be friends regardless of what. We came up through the ranks together. So get out of that. So at the end of the day, I again commend you. But we have some greater issues, especially in the city of Birmingham, where crime is at its all-time high. And we need whatever help that we could get. And so then as I made my comments earlier, we need someone in that administration, as Representative Sellers pointed out, to present a real crime bill, or to at least gather something together that looks like a real, true crime prevention package. Because I shudder to think what's going to happen in the city of Birmingham this summer. I shudder to think the number of bodies that will drop this summer. I shudder to think the number of kids that we will lose because of these weapons. But I also stand here to say that we can pass these types of legislations, but until we treat this war on guns like we treated the crack cocaine era and go after those who are distributing or illegally distributing these guns to our children, this will be for naught. This will be for naught. So I'm thankful that you passed, that you were able to get this bill at least as far as you were able to get it. I'm thankful that Representative Hill had an open mind to allow you an opportunity to bring it forward. So again, thank you, but listen, you make sure that you stand strong when somebody come up here talking to you about the framers and founders of this Constitution.
No, and I appreciate that point, and it's very true. And I appreciate you centering that, this is about our children. This is about people that are traumatized and that are dying on a regular basis. And this is about trying to do what we can. We're not going to save every life. We're not going to stop every act of gun violence, but we can at least try to stop some of it.
Because I didn't see anywhere in the Declaration of Independence nor anywhere in our Constitution that says you have the right to bear arms and just go out and start killing folks when you get ready. It doesn't say that anywhere. It doesn't read that anywhere. That's you get a gun, you get a gun, you get a gun. It didn't say that you continue to pass legislations to protect someone's Second Amendment rights and you give them permission just to go out and kill at will or to do senseless things, especially those of who are minors. Now, somebody can show me that in the Constitution. If somebody can show me that within the body of the Declaration of Independence, if somebody can show me any of those things, I drop my hand. I throw in the white towel. But nobody in this building, whether you're in law enforcement or not, whether you are a scholar, constitutional scholar, will be able to show me that anywhere in this country. And most of the time when we come here, what bothers me is when people come to this microphone and they start quoting history, but yet they do not give you the true interpretation of what that history is and means. When I bring you history, I'm bringing you what that history means. I've studied it, I've researched it, and that's why I'm able to stand as strong as I stand when I come to this microphone to debate anybody on any issue that they bring to me. And the other thing about it, when I don't know, I also stand here and say, hey, I have not educated myself enough on this particular issue to even give you a valid response or to even debate or argue over it. So I, again, commend you, but what I do know for a fact is regardless of what was in that Constitution or was not, I guarantee you that if you look in the paper, that if you talk to your medical examiners, that you talk with the coroners and you talk with the sheriffs, one fact that I do know for sure is evident in this country and in this state right now is that little girls and little boys are being killed in the state of Alabama by all of these weapons and all of these additives that they are applying to these guns. Last year, just a few streets over from where I live, a young boy had just graduated from minor high school, was on his way to college in just a few weeks, went outside to go walking because he was an athlete, and somebody came in a nice neighborhood and shot him up. And within 1 second, he had been hit over 40 times by one of these types of weapons. And it can hit in any neighborhood. So again, you can debate what the framers wanted, because if I have to go by what the framers wanted, I wouldn't be standing here right now.
So no, thank you, Representative Gavan. And right to your point, I'll just say that we are increasingly seeing these devices, these machines used that are killing people that aren't even the intended target because of the way the bullets spray.
That's right. So no one's taking away anybody's right. We're just trying to make sure that there are safeguards to protect innocent lives here. But if you want to continue the wild, wild west and for people to be murdered, then your decision shows up on that board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption is a substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 67 nays, 33 nays, and the substitute is adopted. The chair now recognizes Representative Underwood of Culpeper County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. So I want to say first that I appreciate your genuineness. I know exactly why you're doing this, and you're doing it for the right reason, and I respect that.
Thank you.
This is the part where we have different opinions, but we do it in a gentlemanly way. And so I respect that you want to do a service for your community and make people safe. And I believe that that's where you're at with this. My different opinion is that I believe a criminal will, if there's someone that wants to cause me harm, they won't hesitate to get what they want to exercise that ability. In other words, if we make this piece illegal, they'll still attain it. And that being the case, I feel like I should have the ability as a law-abiding citizen to always protect my family with the same caliber, same force of weapon as someone that's a criminal would have to come against my family. If they come at me with one that can shoot 40 times per whatever, and I'm a one-shooter, I'm going to lose. And I don't want to say that I'm going to lose and lose my family, but I did it legally, but I'm still dead. If there's a way I could know that the criminal would not be able to attain these weapons, I'd be fine. But I don't see that happening. And I guess that's kind of what I wanted to ask you about. In that regard, how can I protect my family when they come at me with weapons that are stronger than I have the ability to get? Because I'm not going to buy it if it's illegal. I'm not going to do it.
Sure. So a few points to it. One, and let me respond to your question with a question.
Sure.
Do you think drugs should be illegal?
I do not.
You think all drugs should be?
Well, wait, no, no. I like my Advil.
so heroin, cocaine, right? Just, it's not a trick question, I promise. So
it was a trick question.
So do you think cocaine should be illegal?
I think cocaine should be illegal, yes.
Why?
Because a person that is on cocaine can affect someone else's life. They intersect in a way that could injure and damage somebody else's life. Like alcohol is legal, but you can't drive with it. Because if you drive intoxicated, you will hurt someone else. So that's my difference between those two.
Sure.
The illegal use of drugs will injure and damage someone else's life.
Right. And so under your logic that people are going to obtain things even if they're illegal, that if cocaine is illegal, people still obtain it,
they
right?
do.
That doesn't stop us, though, from criminalizing it. The whole point is we have a criminal offense because we want to send a message and tell society we don't accept this. Collectively, we don't want to tolerate it. Some people are still going to break the law, and there's a consequence. So in the same way with this bill, of course, I'm not going to stand up here and say that people aren't going to still get them. They are. But the whole point is that it will deter and stop some people, and that can then stop some people from using them, which can save lives. And if it can save one life, to me, it is absolutely worth it. And that is why I'm up here. I know she wasn't here when we started, but Ms. Pierce, whose son tragically died from a weapon that had one of these devices,
right.
That's what it's about. To your point about protecting your family, you can then have all the firearms, all of the different that you want. It's just saying that in this, for something that is so dangerous that we don't want to have people out in society using those where they can pose even a greater risk to, say, you and your family.
Well,
just a question. And have you seen a video or seen one of these used before? Because once someone pulls it, they can't control it, right? The bullets go everywhere. So if you have one at home to protect yourself, you're not really firing it at the person in front of you where you're going to protect yourself. You're firing it, and the bullets can end up hitting your own family and your own children because of how uncontrollable these devices are. So if anything, having one of these at home for self-protection would endanger your family even more.
No, I don't think that's true. But to go back to your comment about the drugs, what we're talking about here is a weapon with the intent of either protecting or harming. If someone is doing drugs, they're doing drugs. And that's a single choice that at the time they did that was their own intent. If you partake in alcohol and you do it too much, that's an internal, I'm doing this for me kind of a thing. A weapon says, I'm either going to protect my family with it or I'm going to go hurt somebody and take what they have. The intent changes in that regard. And so that's why I say if they're going not going to stop them, then I should have the same ability to protect my family with the same caliber of weapons, and that's the deterrent. Not, well, you're going to get in trouble, go to jail. The deterrent is, I don't know if Underwood's got one or not. I'm not going to go in there, and my family's protected because of that. When you do this, they know Underwood's going to abide by the law, and now the best assumption is, I don't have the ability to protect my family. And that's the danger I see in this bill is I don't have the ability to protect my family.
So, and I would not propose anything that would take away your ability to protect your family. Again, you can own a firearm, you can have multiple ones in your home. It's just saying that there are certain categories of this very specific, or a category of this very specific device. And again, you already can't have it on the federal level, so it's not as if we're creating something that's not already illegal.
I get that.
The point of doing this is to give our state law enforcement, our state district attorneys, the tool to already do something. And again, under your logic, if people are going to do things anyway, even if they're illegal, then we should never pass any criminal statutes because people are just going to break them or not follow them in the first place. And I would also argue that, yes, using drugs and a gun are two different things, but someone that's using drugs is making a reckless decision. Someone that's using one of these is making a reckless decision. So in that same sense, they're endangering themselves and endangering potentially other people.
Do you think that someone with a dangerous intent would secure this weapon for the ability to hurt someone? I mean, why would a criminal want this particular attachment to a weapon?
Well, I mean, a few things. They've become popular in that that the way they spray the bullets, that sometimes even just for variety of purposes that people may use them, but they may also use them because they think that they're more armed when in reality they're not. And again, what happens is because of the way the bullets spray, they're not, even if they're intending to shoot at someone, they're endangering people all around them. So, my understanding from a lot of law enforcement that are finding these are the situations is that the person that has it they don't know how to use it. They don't even really know what they possess. They just have it because it's become this cultural phenomenon to have it.
Got you. And I want to say too, the law enforcement, you said the sheriffs have endorsed this, and I know we've got police officers that would speak against this, and I understand their motivation as well. They're here to prevent crime, and I see where they say this weapon is of a danger that it's best for people not to have it, and I understand that. Like I understand your motive to make the world a better place. I still am convinced, that the best deterrent is for someone not to know that I have the same caliber, the same ability to spray bullets back in as fast a fashion, reckless as it may be, opposite direction from me and my family. And I think that is by far and always will be the best deterrent in gun control.
Sure.
And I can't change from that. And I do also believe that once we start at any level, it will continue until I am forced to be a weapon with 4 bullets in it, when somebody coming at me will have the ability to have 40 that can squeeze it off in 10 seconds. And I will lose in that regard.
And I understand that concern, and this bill doesn't deal with ammunition. It doesn't deal with that. And I'd rather we focus on what's right in front of us, because I agree, we have to be very mindful of what we are making illegal and what we're not, and certainly protect themselves, in their homes.
Yeah. Do you think, and this is just going to be a personal question, do you think you would ever get to the point where you would say you don't want any guns at all?
Well, as we discussed,
personal question.
There's the Second Amendment right, so
I'm just asking what you would want.
Well, I believe in the Constitution. I've taken an oath to the Constitution, so I will always uphold that. But again, that is an abstract question. It has nothing to do with the bill here.
Yeah, I was trying to back into the question of if my weaponry is reduced, what's the motivation for somebody not to come into my home and come after me knowing that I abide by the law? But I appreciate your heart in this.
No, thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate you giving me a chance to speak.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pringle.
Chair recognizes Representative Hendricks of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield? Well, first, I want to thank you for this bill, all right? Because me personally, not only personally, from a law enforcement standpoint, this bill don't have nothing to do with protecting your family or taking away your Second Amendment right. It don't, period. I'm gonna give you a prime example, and I'm not telling you how I feel, I'm telling you what I saw, right? Just last weekend, again, when we apprehended these suspects, right? In this vehicle that was stolen, there were 2 Glock switch guns. Just in February, we had 4 people got killed in Smithfield. Our marksman just testified this particular weapon. Guess what? Switch. I rest my case.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Robbins of Talladega.
Hey, Representative Insler, I don't want to take up much of your time. I just had like 2 or 3 quick questions. So currently now, obviously it's against federal law. So you can't possess one in the state of Alabama unless, right now, right?
Right, so you can be prosecuted under federal law, and as I've said, our district attorneys in the state don't have an offense that they can charge with. So this isn't creating any new law. It's already illegal. We just want to give law enforcement another opportunity or another way to deter and hold it accountable.
Right. I know. It's just creating it in state code so a district attorney, prosecutor can say, you violated state law, we're in court in whatever county, and this is the crime we're going to charge you with. But I had another question. I was talking to LSA and I was trying to look into this. So and you might be able to, I know you should be able to answer this, and I might have missed it to begin with, but on the second page of your bill, it says that it's legal to have a part to convert to a machine gun if you have a license or you are lawfully, if it's lawfully owned or possessed under federal law. Is there a license that allows you to possess that under federal law now?
Great. And are you on the
like I'm at substitute at C2 where it says the section does not apply to either of the following, and basically it's if you were
legal. What this is just saying is that if it meets that definition, that it wouldn't be illegal on the state level.
The speaker asked if you'd call it over to the call of the chair, carry it over to the call of the chair, and we'll bring it back up.
Yeah. I'm going to carry it over at the call of the chair so we can continue after.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It has been carried over to call of the chair.
Oh, no, you're good.
Ms. Clerk, I think we got a bill in the basket we want to pick out. What is it? HB 151.
Report on the Committee on Conference. We, the Committee of Conferees, appointed to reconcile the difference between the two houses concerning House Bill number 151 have met, considered the matter, and agreed to the attached conference committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Chris Blackshear, Representative Sam Jones, Representative Andy Whitt, conferees on the part of the House. Senator Greg Albritton, Senator Bobby Singleton, Senator Garland Gudger, conferees on the part of the Senate.
Representative Blackshear, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, the conference report, the conference committee reported out first off, HB 151. Let me walk through what we agreed to this afternoon in the conference committee. Number one, the constitutional amendment, which is HB 151, repeals all local BACAs effective September 30th of 2026 and gives the new Gambling Commission authority over them until that is repealed. Prohibits future local gambling constitutional amendments. Prohibits all forms of gaming with the exception of the following: a state education lottery, electronic games of chance, which means no tables, cards, dice, or dealers, traditional raffles, and traditional paper bingo. One thing that has been removed from the legislation we passed, and be clear on this, no sports betting in this gaming legislation. It is not authorized. It authorizes the Alabama Educational Lottery to be a paper only, also can participate in multi-state lotteries, the Mega Millions, Powerballs, and such. It also authorizes electronic games of chance at 7 locations contained in the Senate bill that was passed. Those are the racetracks at Greene, Jefferson, Macon, and Mobile, plus bingo halls located in Greene County, Houston County, and Lowndes. And finally, 2 more points in the CA. It requires the governor to enter negotiations for a compact with the Porch Band of Creek Indians to limit to in-person activities on land held in trust prior to February 6, 2024. And finally, the election date is set for August 20th, 2024. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move for concurrence of the conference report.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the concurrence for the conference report. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
First, I want to say thank you all for all of the hard work in getting us to this point. So as we think, and I'm going to start at the lottery because that's the issue that so many people are most concerned about as it relates to education, et cetera. So as we look at the lottery, would you give me some idea what that looks like in your mind from, how is it different? Is it the same? What does that look like?
It looks,
from your perspective.
It looks the same, almost a mirror image of what we passed. One thing we did add in conference, if you notice there around the last dollar scholarships and the initial piece of legislation was just for 2-year community and technical colleges. And then the 4-year universities could have research dollars so they can draw down federal match money. We put those in there, but we also added 4-year private and public in-state universities that would also could qualify for scholarships as well. Other than that, it's all the same. So I think, Ms. Hall, the to look at this is out of all of this.
Discussing this issue of gaming, the lottery comes up really at the top. They want to be able to vote for it. They want to be able to not have to go across the line. You know, when the numbers get up pretty high, even I'll get in my car and drive up to Tennessee and get me a couple of tickets.
Your driver doesn't take you?
Now that,
No,
see, now
I'm sorry. Sorry, I just
you
had
know,
to
there
ask.
is a belief in this chamber that I cannot drive, but you know I do. So I'd get in the car and drive myself across up to the Tennessee line, and I think about how many young people I'm helping in Tennessee when I could be helping them in Alabama. So I do see the merits of it, and when you talk about retirees and making sure there's funding for them, I certainly think that's important since I'm a part of that system. But more importantly, the fact that we are paying homage to those individuals who've served our children and given them their very best years, and it certainly is an appropriate way to remember them in having funding that is available to them. Now, as we think of this, as you move forward, and you think of this in terms of the services it's going to provide and the work that you've done, are you comfortable in saying that this is the best product that we have before us and the best opportunity for making sure that we are going to provide so many of the resources that are necessary for our children that will not happen if we do not vote yes for this?
I will say to be with the conference report and what came out of conference, it's the best piece of legislation that we have to move forward with and give the people an opportunity to vote.
And to that you should be commended. I think all of us should commend you just for that part, even getting us to the point of being able to vote. Now there are other areas. And so beyond that, I think of if you recall, I came to the mic a couple of weeks ago, or when Representative Garrett had the Education Trust Fund bill. Mm-hmm. And there was a concern that I had as related to providing funding for the EBT summer program. Mm-hmm. And that if the lottery had been in place, I'm of the opinion that even though we're working on that and it's going to look like it's going to happen, and I have to commend Representative Garrett and Senator Orr and others who are working on that this would be an opportunity too, that we would not have had we hopefully would not have had that challenge. Mm-hmm. Or making sure that these classrooms have the resources that they need, or the young people who we're looking at our workforce, that the workforce that we need, that one of the main ways of making sure that happens is what? Having the training, our community colleges, having the resources at our schools. I taught science, and many times I was outside getting water out of the ponds and the pools and any place else where I could find those animals that my students could work on. So I see all of this as a major benefit from having the lottery and having an opportunity, giving our people an opportunity to vote for it.
Thank you for that.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Chair thanks, lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Blacksher, let me just say that I want to commend you and Speaker Witt, Chairman Witt. It's getting late. It's getting very late. I'm confused. No.
Have that stricken from the record, please.
No, but I know, this has been a process that has been going on for well over a year. This isn't something that was just thrown together haphazardly. It's been worked on for well over a year. Been on the road looking at illegal gaming across this state. We've got a serious illegal gaming problem that needs to be addressed. And not only that, we need to look at the opportunity. The people of this state have not had an opportunity. We've come close a couple of times. But we have not had an opportunity for the people of this state to vote on any type of gaming since 1999. So I think as the representatives of the people of this state, we need to allow them, whether they're for it or they're against it. I've had multiple people that tell me they're not for it, but they want to have the right to exercise their right as a citizen of this state to go and vote, to vote it up or down, one way or the other. And one of the things that on the lottery side, I mean, when I live on a county that borders Mississippi. We're not too far from Florida. And I remember when I was in high school and we got the lottery in Florida, and people were excited and they'd drive to Florida and they'd spend their dollars in Florida. And then Mississippi got the lottery and people would go to Mississippi and still do. And if you drive today, if I get in my car and I drive over to Mississippi, the Alabama tags outnumber the Mississippi tags. So what we're doing, we're funding their programs in Mississippi, we're funding them in Florida, we're funding them in Georgia, we're funding them in Tennessee, we're paying for their kids to go to school, we're upgrading their facilities at their junior colleges, we're upgrading their facilities at their high schools. The people of this state, the people of my district that I represent, when they call me, they tell me they want the opportunity to at least have their voices heard. So I appreciate you doing this. I appreciate the effort that has been put into this. It's not, we're never going to have 100% what everybody wants. That's just the way it is. That's human nature. You're always going to have people that are unhappy with the finished product. They can nitpick it, find this and there. But I will tell you what, this is about as good a bill as we're ever going to get that we will be able to pass out of this chamber. So I applaud you for that. I'm a yes vote on this because I think it's time. 1999 was way too long. And so I'm voting for this to give the people of Alabama the right to voice their opinion at the ballot box. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Brown. Before you go sit back down, let me tell you too, thank you for your work, because you were on the initial committee that the speaker appointed, and you dug in a lot, especially in the lottery. You saw a lot of the illegal activities and scratch-offs that around the state. So personally, thank you for taking a vested interest in this from day one over 15 months ago. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair, we recognize the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
I'd like to, first of all, commend you for the work that you have done. I know this has been over a year's process where we have sit down, and I think the thing which is so important about this enabling legislation, it of course it all gives the citizens the right to vote. But I think sometimes we overlook the problems that exist currently in Alabama. And I think when we went through the committees working together, looking at, we have operations that are basically illegal in all 67 counties. There's no regulation, no control, even though in some orders it said the sheriff's supposed to have, but it needs some type of oversight. And this legislation allows us to be able to put forth mechanisms to give us oversight. And I think that's really, really important in this process. I represent counties that does have gaming interests such as Greene County, and to have the oversight in place is really important. Now, it does also the standpoint that we create an education lottery. That's really important because we hear people all the time saying, we want to have an education lottery like in other states, and then we want to see our money, if it goes to help provide scholarships and help improve our students and our population. And I just, think that is so wonderful because we really have, because, just look at the reference, right now the Mega Million is $257 million, Powerball $167 million. So those itching numbers cause folks to want to get involved in it. So now this gives, since 1999, gives the public their first opportunity to be able to go forth and make a decision and vote on whether they want the lottery and this. And now, it does not allow sports betting.
Correct.
That has been taken off the table.
Correct.
In sports betting was another component that is actually taking place in dealing with, but this bill right now deals with just with educational lottery and then gaming in certain locations in the state, along with the compact, with possible compact with the Porch Indians and everything.
Correct. Correct.
So really, so this work that you have put in place is really is monumental from the standpoint the lift that it's taken to get there. Now to be honest, the work that you put in your committee to get the first bill passed was so wonderful, because what I think and what I liked about it, that it covered all the bases. It laid out everything. It didn't leave anything uncovered, so the public could really get a really good idea of the things that we were looking at. While this compromise has come about, it is a big advance, to make things happen, because it puts in a regulation. If the public is allowed to vote on it, but it puts in places still a patchwork of managements or oversights and stuff like that. It puts it all under one umbrella that is statewide control, and then that we have the ability to make sure if there's illegal operations that pop up in states and stuff like that in communities, that we will have the enforcement division to go in and close those operations down. So it's not a thing that we can say that people can just come in, I'm gonna open up shop and stuff like that, and don't have to run the risk of being shut down. That will actually be a supervision or hands way that these things can be reported and then they can be enforced. So I think, that is a really wonderful thing, and, to have that in place and to know, folks, that everything is actually regulated, that is actually under control, that is not a runaway patchwork and everything. And then the other part I think is so important, that even this language, what you put in, it does allows revenues to come back to local committees that's put in place and everything, so that, like in my counties and so, where in the past, it has helped support volunteer fire departments, it has supported hospitals and stuff like that. So it does allow in some of those areas for funds to come back to help continue that operation. So, I'm just so thankful for what y'all have done, because I know it's a heavy lift. It's one of those things that, as you said, just haven't seen, the things that happen here. And I can assure you, whatever we do, we're not going to please everybody. But I just want to, just thank you for what y'all have done and the ability to move forward with this and everything, because quite frankly, there's some that wish it wouldn't happen, but I'm just glad that we'll be able to move from this House, hopefully with the votes today, to allow the public the opportunity to vote on this bill. It's not a forcing down anybody's throat, it's not making anybody do anything, but it does create legislations to give the citizens of the state of Alabama the right to vote on it. And then, as you talked about, it creates a date, I believe it's in August, that's in it and everything, so that the public will have an opportunity in August to vote on it. Then once the vote is taking place and when it's successful, then it allows the full gauntlet of operations to go into place.
Yes.
So again, like I said, I just thank you for everything that you've done on this and everything, for you continue to work on it. Because like I said, it just, there's going to be some people unhappy, but I think, one, it takes the pressure off local law enforcement, trying to regulate it, trying to supervise it. Once this passes, this commission will be put in place so that local law enforcement would no longer have that. It would then be under the hand of the gaming commissions. Then current establishments will have a time to meet certain regulations in this shutdown. So this language in this legislation that you put down, I think has just been really wonderful. And I just thank you for being willing to work at it and stay at it and making sure that we, that this thing is a success. In the old saying that I was taught, I said, I'd rather have part of something than all or nothing. And I think this, while it's not where it used to be in the original that we did, is the perfect world, that this is a very good bill in this current time. And just thank you for the work and put it in and just making sure that people understands how much it is and what it is and how it does and how it gives everybody a right to be able to exhibit at the ballot box their choice of voting yes or voting no.
All right. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Baldwin, Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Representative Blackshear, the question that I've asked you from day one, and I need you to kind of be able to say it because we got a lot of eyes and ears watching this. The question that I've been focused on day one, does this keep casinos, gaming out of Baldwin County?
Absolutely. The way we've locked it in now is with the 7 locations. The 7 locations are actually named. So we took the language that was in the Senate passed version and named them there. There's no transfer within that county, even outside that location. There is no transfer anywhere else in the state. There is no additional location attached for a compact. And the only way that another license could potentially ever come up, any additional type of game that could ever be played, only way sports betting can ever be introduced is by another CA coming through both bodies here in the House and Senate and being passed on another ballot by the vote of the citizens of Alabama.
So all of the concerns and all the, you hear different press stories, you get different articles that come out about, the beach going to be the next Atlantic City and how we're going to have all these casinos lined up and throughout the beach. Is that possible under your bill?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I know there's also a concern I have to ask you about the OWA facility that's in Foley down there by the beach area in Foley. Is it possible for that to be a casino gaming area?
No, because the way it was written, the governor, and I'll read the language, the talking point of the governor, to enter a negotiation for a compact with the Porch Bandit Creek Indians limited to in-person activities on land held in trust prior to February 6, 2024.
Okay, so you're saying that land, that OWA land, is not held in trust prior?
Yes, and that was so you had already had your amendment on there. The Senate added another amendment that even made what you have in our House passed version even stronger.
Mm-hmm. So we're going through that to where there will not be casinos at the beach, there will not be casinos at OWA, and Baldwin County will be casino free.
The only there are no casinos off any potential trust lands. They will be gaming facilities. Gaming facilities.
So we will be gaming facility free. Just so that way we can have the press to make sure we get it through. I know a number of people have come up here and spoken today, but I do want to. I'd be remiss if I didn't say this publicly. I want to thank you for the time and the effort and the dedication that you have put into this bill, not only before the bill was drafted, when you took everybody's advice, you took everybody's concerns, you listened, you went over and beyond to take where everybody's piece of what they were concerned about and did the best you possibly could to try to make something to listen to all of the members. You and I have worked specifically on this issue in Baldwin County, and you've been more than amenable in making sure from day one that was important to me, so that became important to you. And the fact that you worked this hard, not only in drafting the bill, but getting the bill to the floor of the House, working even in committee through this process, you and Chairman Witt have to be commended for your efforts in this, and I really do want to commend both of you for the hard work that you.
I appreciate it, Chairman, and you know too what you went through with your big piece of legislation too. It's difficult when you're trying to pull everybody in, but when you have communication, and to your point, you involve people in the process, and you're doing it for the right reasons and in good faith, and you truly understand and want to understand the concerns, it goes a long way.
Well, I appreciate the way you've handled this. Can you talk for a minute just about how the proceeds from the lottery versus the proceeds from the gaming facilities, how will those be?
All right, so this is in the enabling, which is next, but we'll go ahead and touch on it now. So there would be, all the lottery proceeds would go into the House, basically the House passed version we have, where there's a separate supplemental appropriation that will be worked each and every year through the ETF. Any money from the compact and or the entertainment facilities will go into another supplemental appropriation that will be appropriated annually by the general fund committees in both the House and Senate.
Okay. So the lottery will be education. The gaming aspect will be from
general fund. 100% of the lottery proceeds after expenses of running the lottery corporation, the lottery goes to education.
Okay. as we talk, can you talk a little bit about the enforcement aspect of this?
So the enforcement is the exact thing we passed. So you'll have the Gambling Commission. Remember, we had it gaming. It's now going to be called the Gambling Commission. Underneath that, we pull back in the House language of the Enforcement Division, how it will be a subset underneath the Gambling Commission. So it's intact, just like we passed it. Also, if you remember, we really increased the penalties dramatically in the House passed version.
Can you talk about those penalties?
So we took basically everything from misdemeanors to some level of a felony, and all the dollar amounts attached to them subsequently went up as well. So the Senate actually took what we passed and even increased them even more. So we're like, you know what, hey, we are perfectly fine with that as a committee. Bring them back in because we don't think we can make the penalties stronger enough. So we took the Senate passed version of the penalties and incorporated it in this piece conference report.
Okay. One of the other things that I'm impressed with, whether or not you believe in gambling or gaming and what it can do for our state, this allows the people to have the opportunity to vote on that, so their vote can be heard. So it's not what my personal belief is or what my personal belief would be good for the state of Alabama. This allows the people of Alabama to be able to have their voice heard through there. And it's different when you hear, 1999, it doesn't seem like that was that long ago until you start realizing that's 25 years ago before the last time that people had their chance to hear. That's an entire generation.
Yes.
So to allow their voice being heard as far as what they want, how they want Alabama to run, and how they want Alabama to operate, I think that's an important measure to make sure that we decipher to say, this is not whether or not I believe gaming is good. This is not whether I believe gambling is important for our state. It's about what the constituents and the people of Alabama think, to give them that opportunity. I appreciate that. I know we have to do it that way, but I appreciate that we're doing it this way to make sure that we go through. The other aspect that we talk about, can you talk about the scratch-off ticket, how that would work?
So under the Lottery Corporation, they'll be their own corporation. They'll have sales force people out in the sales where they can go sign up, the C-stores, your convenience stores and gas stations and so forth. They will get 7% of the total ticket sales they sell, they'll get to keep as their revenue. So you think about that from a municipality perspective and also a county perspective. When they go do their business license, that's going to actually help increase their business license fees directly back to the counties and cities as well too. So they'll be able to have those opportunities on scratch off. And the lottery itself will also be enforced by the Enforcement Division.
Okay.
In conjunction with local authorities and stuff if they need so. So they'll still have ultimate authority even over the lottery aspect as well.
Okay. When the lottery comes up, that aspect, will we be able to, when you see these billion-dollar prizes from Powerball or multi-state lotteries, will we be able to participate in that, or will we only be in a state lottery?
Our goal is to be able to participate in multi-state lotteries, Powerball, Mega Millions, not only just in-state.
Okay. Down Baldwin County again, we live so close to the Florida line, and I know everybody's talked about it. I can't tell you how many times people get up on Saturdays or make the trip over during the week even to go spend money that they have in Alabama to come out to go play, especially when it hits $1 billion. That's just the big number now that catches people's attention. So they want to go forward, go out, have that opportunity to buy that lottery ticket. And instead of that money being taxed in Alabama, and where it can be respent in Alabama and doing things for us, it's being spent in other states. It's being spent, right next door in Mississippi or Florida or Georgia or Tennessee. So just to be able to keep Alabama dollars within Alabama is a very important aspect of what you're trying to do, and I commend you for that as well. What's the process after? I know we have another 152. What's the process after 152 after we vote on
So
today?
if we're fortunate enough to get both of these bills out of the House and concurring with the conference reports, we'll transmit them to the Senate, and they'll have to do the same thing. They'll take them out of the basket. They'll have debate as well too, and for them to concur with the conference reports as well.
So the conference report is going to be the final report.
Yes.
There's no amendments from this point on.
Nope.
There's no negotiations back and forth. It's either this is what you have, this is what you don't have, and so that's the vote that we're facing right now. Is there's no more negotiations on this. This is the bottom line, the end of the road. rubber meets the road, this is the bill that the people of Alabama will have the chance
This
to
is it.
Okay. Again, I know I would repeat myself, but I want to tell you, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your effort. You and Chairman Witt, and I believe it was Sam Jones spent a lot of time on this. Chip Brown spent a lot of time on this. This wasn't a single party. This
Jim's time has expired.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Tillman.
Thank you for the recognition. Speaker Ledbetter. Chairman Brown. Would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Well, first, Chairman, I would like to say, commend you and Chairman Witt, as well as Sam Jones, on the work that you guys have been doing with this legislation. I really do believe that it is a good piece of legislation that we need. So I really just want to have a conversation with you about this particular legislation, okay? So I know you kind of briefly explained it from the beginning, but what is the difference between this current legislation that came from the conference committee and the legislation that was passed first from this House?
All right, so let's take, it's probably easier not to unwind everything from hours down. Let's start with the Senate passed version and build our way back up.
Absolutely.
If that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so let's start first off with the lottery aspect of things.
Okay.
So the Senate passed version had a lottery, we have a lottery. The Senate passed version only had a third of the proceeds going to education. Ours have 100% of the proceeds going to education.
So 100% of the proceeds are going to education?
Yes.
So this is true education lottery?
True, and it's actually the first line of how it's written, which would be on the ballot if we're to pass this, would read, proposing an amendment to the Constitution of Alabama of 2022 to, number 1, establish an official state education lottery. That's on page 10, line 265, where it starts. So that's the number 1 thing you will see on the ballot August if you go there.
Which is a great, and let me just stop you there, which is a great opportunity. Because with the education lottery passing, then we have the opportunity to enhance education in the state of Alabama, which should be paramount to all of us who are in here and representing the people, because this is the people's house. And actually having the opportunity to attract more teachers to the state of Alabama, as well as retain teachers in the state of Alabama. And I know it's something in there about retirees as well, correct?
Absolutely.
And for us to continue to provide for retirees, the people who serve the state of Alabama with numbers of years of service, teaching our kids and educating our kids, and to have a incentive in the bill for them, I think is tremendous, and I think it's an incredible gesture by you and your committee.
Right,
so you can continue.
All right, the next piece, so we had the casinos. They came back with, the Senate version with 7 gaming facilities, which allowed Class 3 HHR historical horse racing to continue to be played as they currently are at those locations today.
Yeah.
So HHR is Class 3.
Okay, great.
What we agreed upon in the conference was allow an additional Class 3 game, which is still a slot machine. A dealerless casino is the best way to put it. So no cards, tables, dice, or dealers, like I said earlier. What that did there is the projected fiscal note on the Senate version was $99 million. That jumped this to $179.8 million with the revision. So basically $180 million net new dollars that we were able to pick up utilizing the same 7 locations in the bill. The next piece, we had sports betting, which would regulate that in through the state and collect that revenue of existing on what's happening illegally in the state today. That was, the Senate version did not have that. We do not have that in this version of it. And that's, at the high level, is I look at it as kind of the main valves of incoming potential revenue. Those were the main differences.
Okay, and to me, what I appreciate more about this legislation and the efforts that you and your committee made is that you listened to the voices of the people. You heard the mandate of the people who are requesting gaming in the state of Alabama, and particularly the lottery in the state of Alabama. To me, We are the people who's supposed to represent the people. We're the closest thing to the people in the House. And it's not about representing a few. It's not about representing some. It's about representing all. And that's our job. And allow the people of this state to have the opportunity to vote on this particular legislation, something that they really do want. I have calls from constituents all the time stating that they would like to have this on the ballot. And I thank you and your committee for doing this and allowing this. This is a significant piece of legislation. And I want you to tell me, outside of that, what other benefits do you see with this legislation from your perspective?
I think the biggest thing is, and when the Speaker first set this committee up and we got together, our top goals were we must control, regulate, and cap and eliminate the illegal activity that has existed in this state and has plaguing this state and has plagued it for a very long time.
Absolutely.
By repealing the 18 local CAs, we're pulling that back in and we're going to regulate that and we're going to control that and we're going to enforce it. At a separate division focused just on that. It also says, you know what, there are no more local CAs, so we will not be able to get back in the same situation that we're in today. With that. So that's, and also increasing the fines. Now, if you're going to do the crime, you go do the time this time.
Absolutely. And I can completely concur, and I agree with you on that. The end goal is, as a lot of the representatives stated before, we need to keep Alabama dollars in Alabama. That's the bottom line. And allow the people of this state to participate in activities that they want to participate in, because again, this is a mandate from the people. This is the voice of the people. So I want to say thank you for the significant piece of legislation, and I appreciate your efforts that you, Mr. Jones, as well as Mr. Witt did with creating this. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Lomax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Chairman Blackshear, thank you for bringing this. My understanding is that this constitutional amendment will provide the opportunity for the people of Alabama to vote one way or another. Is that your understanding?
Absolutely. It's as simple on the ballot when you read it. It's yes or no.
So when is the last time in the state that we've had the opportunity to vote yes or no on a lottery?
1999. You were probably like 2 or 3 then, right?
I was about to say, I had to ask because I didn't quite remember because I was in the 2nd grade. Okay, so I think that the people of Alabama deserve this opportunity. You know, I got to look back. The world was a different place the last time we had this chance. You know, Bill Clinton had just been impeached. It was pre 9/11. You could hop right on an airplane. You didn't have to go through TSA. It's been a long time. There's a lot of things that I wonder. Had we had this lottery that produces how many millions of dollars is it projected?
For overall or just the lottery itself?
Just the lottery piece.
Just the lottery, a minimum of $305.6 million could grow to $378.6.
Imagine if me as a 7-year-old, when the last time we voted on it, had gone through a school system that had that level of extra funding in it. I may have won a Nobel Peace Prize by now. I may have had a little bit more intellect. But no, in all seriousness, you know, having this education lottery, having the opportunity for the people to vote on this, to decide if they want to continue to do that, it's important. You know, I have two young daughters. I mean, education is something we worry about in our household every single day. How are we going to properly educate our children? Are the schools going to have the resources that they need? And the fact of the matter is that all this money right now is going out of state. It's going to other places. It's going to Georgia. It's going to Tennessee. It's going down to Florida. It's funding some of those crazy things that they're learning in other states. And I don't think it's good for the fact, it's not just bad for Alabama, but in a lot of ways it's bad for America, because our money is going to curriculum that we may not necessarily agree with in those other states. At least here we have a possibility to implement what that curriculum is. So I think the fact that it has an education lottery component, I want to commend you and your team for making sure that it had, that all the lottery dollars went to education rather than it being split up, because that's something that I think the people of Alabama can get behind. I think that's something that people can rally behind. I think that gives it the best chance of success, not only, but that gives it something that people can understand. I think a lot of times people back where I'm from, they don't necessarily get involved in the Montgomery jive of how we're splitting up dollars and where things are going and all the different pots. But the fact that we can say, this is going to improve our schools, this is going to provide opportunity for tech school, for two-year colleges, it's going to educate our workforce of tomorrow. I think that those are things everybody can get behind at the end of the day, and I think that's going to earn a lot of people's vote, not just in this chamber, but when it does go for a vote. Now, what was the date that would go for a vote?
August 20th, 2024.
How was that date landed upon?
Mutually agreed upon between the 6 individuals in the conference committee. You know, we had the November presidential election ballot. The Senate version had a September date, and we just worked together to try to find something that worked for everybody.
Well, I think being able to compromise on that, being able to come together on that was an important piece. I think it doesn't muddy the water. It doesn't get involved in a national election. It just allows the people to have a straight up and down vote on this issue. I think it's going to be very important. Now, I will say I've heard a lot from people back in my community, back in my district, and they're saying, hey, we don't want it to be like some of these other states where you got a casino in every strip center. Can you talk, this does not enable that in any way.
So we had that today. That's going to be completely reversed. When you can truly say you're eliminating 90% of the illegal operations, you truly will only have CI land, you would truly only have 10 locations that you can have any type of form of gaming in person in the state. And then also be clear on one thing we heard before, Representative as well too, there will be no use of anything on your cell phone, whether it's buying a lottery ticket, whether it's sports betting, and none of that will be on your phone. It's actually truly will be all in person, whether you're buying a lottery ticket and scratching it off or picking out your numbers, and or you're in person playing these games at these locations.
Well, and I think that's important too. You know, having young children, you got to think about what they have access to. And I think it's a lot different when mommy's got to drive them to get something versus if they can just access it on a device. So I think that was probably a smart move, a smart adjustment. What we had passed previously had contained sports betting. And my understanding, based on your presentation, is that is completely out.
Completely out, and can only be authorized by a separate CA at some point in the future.
Correct. So I think you guys have done a fantastic job of getting something that's very clear in what it does. My understanding is it essentially grandfathers in the areas where you had current constitutional amendments. Is that a fair assessment when I'm explaining it back home?
It is.
Okay, I think that's fair to every party, because what we have to remember at the end of the day, while I don't have any of those in my neck of the woods, I do have probably some of the illegal operators. I don't have some of those that are under current constitutional amendment, but those do provide jobs. It does bring in revenue for that local community, and now it's going to be able to bring in revenue for the state should this pass. But I think this bill, HB 151, is very important for the fact that it gives people the right to have a voice on this issue. So with that, I just want to say very, very thankful for the work that you and this joint committee have put in to pull this off. So thank you, Chairman Blackshear.
All right, thank you.
The chair recognizes the lady from Calhoun, Dr. Boyd.
You good? You want some water?
I'm good, thank you. While she's making her way down here, I'd like to welcome our guest, Steve Flowers, former member of the House. Thank you for being with us, Steve.
Yeah, then we don't have to call on people. We don't call on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, please listen. Anytime you say the word education, if I'm able to move, you know I'm coming to the mic. But I first want to commend you and your committee because you put a lot of hard work in this. It's been a long, rough road. But we were just like in a box. Our state was carrying money to other areas. But when we think this is a people's house, and with this legislation, we're giving them the opportunity of choice. And that's what it's about. It isn't a Democratic issue, it isn't a Republican issue. It's an issue for the future of the young people of this state. And most of us in here, we have educators in our families, whether they had schooling or not, from church, from schools, and this will be an opportunity for those who are the least among us to be able to get an education. And thank you so much for all the effort and your committee that you put into this. And in the words of Andre Crouch, to God be the glory of whatever decision we come out with. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Boyle, let me say this before you walk away, too. You make a good point about you always, every time there's something education related, we're going to see you. But thank you, though, for all your years in education, and also that you still care about the kids and the youth today, and you want to make sure they have the same success as the kids you used to teach back when you were in the classroom. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Dale, Representative Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Blackshear, we've come a long way on this legislation, and we've come a long way over the last 25 years. Of course, I was here 25 years ago. We voted on the lottery the first go-around, and I voted for it. Of course, it was defeated by the voters, but the voters had their say during that time. And I think we made a couple of bad mistakes on the gambling issues over the last 25 years, and this is the reason why it's become so complicated. Because if the voters had passed that in '99, we would have made a lot of money for education during that time frame. And then as a result of that, we had all these local bills that started passing, putting up the electronic bingo in different counties around the state, and now that's caused a real issue as far as enforcement and not bringing in any money to the state with tax revenues there. So this legislation will also correct those mistakes that we made with all these local bills that popped up that we really had no control over. So number one, as far as the revenue, number two, as far as the enforcement, and we can hopefully put this issue to rest if we can get this through the entire legislature and then put it before the people and let them have their say-so on it. So it's a complicated issue. People don't realize that. We go home, and I've heard it for years and years, why can't we just vote on the lottery? And it's just not that simple, based on the fact that because we didn't vote on the lottery 25 years ago, it's created all these other problems with these local bills that we had, and then trying to challenge the we're just trying to challenge the Porch Creek issue through the years, through the courts, when they started to want to go into their brick and mortars. And we challenged that in federal court. And of course, everyone that had any legal knowledge said the state of Alabama was going to lose that case, and we did. And so that's put up some other barriers there. So the whole issue has become so complicated now that it took a comprehensive piece of legislation like this, including the lottery, including the gaming commission, where we could put some type of regulations in place here to control these illegal operations and to try to bring in revenue all at the same time. So it's been a daunting task for years, and so you and Chairman Witt certainly did a great job, along with other people on the committee there, to try to craft this together. And now the last 2 months here, basically, in the conference committee, to get to a agreement there with the Senate conferees to move this forward, so we at least have a chance in this body to vote on it, and hopefully in the next few days in the Senate body also, so we can try to move this on forward. So it's been a long time coming, but thank you for all you've done here.
Appreciate it. Thank you, because you've gone through this a lot of iterations a couple of times as well too. When we started with something was here, to your point, now it's here.
That's
We're
right.
trying to get it back under control. So thanks for your work over the years as well.
Well, no problem there, but it's an issue that I know the people all over the state are asking about.
Absolutely.
We hear it all the time, particularly all of us folks that are on the border there, where we have states, and of course we're surrounded all over the state now on all sides. So all of us hear it from our constituents about when are we going to have a chance to vote, and they realize the funds that we're losing to other states from our own citizens, and this can help us capture these funds here so we can put it to good use for the people of our state.
Absolutely.
So,
all right, thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Insler.
What's up, bud?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
I figured I'd just stand on this side for a little bit. I just want to echo some of the points that have been made. I know this has been a long process, and appreciate your leadership and Chairman Witt and all the committee members. This is something that doesn't matter if it's in my district or other parts of the state. Constantly get the question of when can we vote on a lottery. So to be able to go back, or to be able to be one step closer to going back to people and saying, you now will have an opportunity to vote is so important, and really glad that we can potentially share that information with them. I just want to ask a few questions just so when constituents ask and residents ask. I think I heard someone touch on it, but when will this be, if it goes to the public, when will we vote on it?
August 20th, 2024.
Great. And then when would it go into effect if it is approved?
Once we do that is we have some language in that once it's passed, the Gambling Commission will be appointed by the appointed authorities that we had in the legislation we passed in the House. Those would have to be Senate confirmed, so next session, so early in 2025 they would start. So then it would probably, give or take, I don't want to put a time frame and we hold it to it, but I would say it'd probably take 12 to 18 months to really get everybody in place, because you got to write the rules and get the regulations and get everything up and running. So we're hoping I would say early 2026, mid 2026, hopefully.
Great. No, and I know it takes time to get this all up and going. And one of
never started a lottery, so I really
fair point. Either have I.
Spitballing for you.
A lot of residents then ask, of course, the follow-up question of, well, if it is approved, where will the funds go? I'm very encouraged by what we're hearing, that a lot of it will go towards education. Can you just elaborate a little bit on for what purposes within education, what that breaks down?
So within that, there's multiple things that will be in a supplemental appropriation, which gives us the flexibility on both the education side and the general fund side. The example I used, I think the last time, and I might representative, was say you had another pandemic again, you'd be able to address that quicker because you would have those free funds you can use are not tied down and earmarked to something. Same thing in education. The main thing here, we're going to have the opportunity to send individuals, and I think we got it wrong. I said this last time too, back probably the last time we voted 25, 30 years ago, where you made people think if they didn't go to get a 4-year degree and on to get a master's, that was a failure. That was kind of the expectation, like my generation, we were growing up. But we just passed this whole workforce development package earlier this session. To me, with what we have with the last dollar scholarship for 2-year community colleges and the technical schools, trade schools, that ties right back into that workforce development. that we've already passed, and now adding to it as well too to be able to have 4-year public and private pulled into that, and we still keep the research dollars. Research dollars, you can have the federal match that comes in to really bring in even more money to the state. So that minimum projection of $305.6 million, you put some money towards research dollars, that would grow what you're bringing back to the state. And finally, we don't want to forget about our retirees. And it's always a struggle because you always you find ways of putting money in the classroom for the current teachers and the current students. Well, we don't want to forget about our former educators, because once an educator, you're always one. And this gives them the opportunity to let them know, too, we haven't forgot about you going forward.
That's great. And I know a lot of them were here not too long ago, and to be able to be in retirement with dignity and be able to enjoy after all those years of working, I think is so important. So just to be clear, so it would potentially be for 2 and 4-year colleges?
Yes, 2 and 4, which that was net new. What we added in was getting the 4 years in this time around, but before it was just 2-year.
That's great. No, and that's one of the questions I get all the time is people want that flexibility, that it's not just pigeonholed for one thing, but that it will go overall towards education in a variety of ways. So that is incredibly important. Just as far as the other needs or where some of the other funding will go, I know you've touched on it. The funding that goes into the general fund, just what are some of the ways that can then be?
So you're back over, you're in there with roads and bridges. It would be your state retirees. Yeah. The whole, I would say just roads and bridges, infrastructure in general as well, to ambulatory care, rural health care, our telemedicines and stuff like that will be to really address your needs. And the general fund money really goes back to the people, that we can offer additional services that we may not necessarily have today and or can't fully fund. I think one day we may see, your 988, there's other things like that, mental health. We have opportunities to fund more of that. Hopefully some more mental health facilities and stuff, and we have money in there as well too for if you do have problems with gaming, we can address that. We have gambling in the state today, but we have no money being dedicated for problem gambling today. So any dollars we put towards that will be a 100% net increase over what we currently fund from the state.
That's great. Well, it sounds like there's a lot of good stuff in there, and again, just wanted to come up, appreciate all your hard work and everyone that's gotten it to this point, and look forward to us passing it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Geneva, President Searles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, we've heard a lot of discussion today so far about this. I'm one of those that live probably about 5 miles from the Florida line. And when you sit back on a Friday and a Saturday and you watch the flow of traffic coming down the main highway that runs into Florida, it is phenomenal at the amount of money that's going that way. So I'm very appreciative of the work that was put in, for everything that you've done and the way this has been handled. What I did want to talk about a little bit was about the bid process on the casinos. Can you kind of explain that a little bit and how that process will go on?
So when the House passed the legislation, we did have the bid process. We went with the Senate version, which wasn't a bid process. They named the actual locations, which already had gaming today, right? The activities today. So there's no net new locations and or counties. So what we did was we felt like, though, we still needed to find a way to have the license process and the suitability study that you needed to pass. So that's still in place. So there will be a minimum and max requirement on your license for that, which is going to be between 15 and 30 million for a 10-year license. And we're also going to have a required that we had in the House passed legislation, the $35 million minimum initial investment into your facility that must commence to start within 12 months. That will all be in there and will allow the facilities that if they so choose, we're trying to drive economic development as well too. You want them to have hotels and restaurants in there as well too, so you can have more amenities. Is if they invest $100 million or more, their license would go to 15 years. So you basically get 5 years for free. And if you put $200 million or more in there, your license will go to 20 years, so you basically get 10 years for the same. And the total license revenue, 25% has to be paid up front, and the other 75% will be equal payments over the next 9 years, is how the process would work.
Okay. Well, this is not a very easy thing. It's a very complex situation, and that's one thing that I found when I came up to the House of Representatives.
You know, we've talked about this bill on numerous occasions. We've seen the legislation come out and what's coming about and everything that's involved. The CAs, constitutional amendments, you know, some of those, they're numerous out there. So this is going to repeal those and take those basically out of the equation.
Absolutely. We all
The gentleman's time has expired. The question for the body now is concurrence on HB 151. If you're voting for it, your vote will be aye. If no, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 72 ayes, 29 nays. HB 151 has been concurred.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body.
Ms. Clerk, let's call the next 152, HB 152 out of the basket, please.
Report of Committee on Conference. We, the Committee on Conferees, appointed to reconcile the differences between the two houses concerning HB 152 have met, considered the matter, and agreed to the attached conference committee substitute. Respectfully submitted and signed by Representative Chris Blackshear, Representative Sam Jones, Representative Andy Whitt, conferees on the part of the House, Senator Greg Albritton, Senator Bobby Singleton, Senator Garland Gudger, conferees on the part of the Senate.
Chairman Blackshear, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, HB 152 is enabling legislation that goes along with the CA that we just passed. A couple of things on this that I will run through. We've already touched on that we brought in the House Lottery Corporation structure. Those lottery corporation individuals all appointed by the governor, all 7. However, those will still need to be Senate confirmed. The Senate criminal laws, I mentioned how they were even increased above what the House passed. Those are in there. All the lottery proceeds go to education. All the compact dollars and the dollars that go along with the gaming establishments and entertainment being used goes to a supplemental appropriation within the general fund. Also, we have in the House and Senate passed the language around the inability to be able to give donations from a PAC from entities that are in this as well too. That prohibition will be in there. Also, the Senate passed gambling commission structures in place. We've talked about the enforcement division that's there already. We've touched about the 7 electronic gaming locations in there. So let me go into one little thing in Representative Sorrells we were talking about a minute ago. The 7 license location, again, there must be a suitability test. They must pass. The initial license is 10 years, ranging from 15 million minimum to 30 million max. Again, 25% of that up front, 75% in equal payments over the next 9 years. The $35 million initial investment. And again, the 15 years license if you invest over $100 million, a 20-year license if you invest more than $200 million. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move with concurrence of the conference report on HB 152.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney.
Thank you, sir. Over the last, I guess, couple of hours, I've tried to read the 150 pages in the 2 bills, and obviously have failed. I've always tried to read them. I know we've combined a lot of legislation that was previously passed in both chambers, but I made a commitment a number of years ago to try to read everything that comes up that we vote on. However, as I went through it, I felt like the bills basically allow full-scale Las Vegas-style casino gambling statewide. You know, obviously no physical cards, dice, roulette wheels, or dealers, but it's on a screen and you can play it. You know, that type thing as it's been described in our caucus meeting and, you know, on the floor here today. You know, a compact will open up the process, I believe, once that occurs, should it occur with the Porch Creeks. And at that point, between what's done there and the Department of the Interior, I think the effect is basically casinos in most places. Previous bills that have been passed authorize the compact for any and all activities allowable under the acts that were passed in previous years. Things have not been put into a compact. I understand that. But this bill adds the language, including Class 3 games in any form. I think that language in the CA and all the authorization that a governor needs to sign a compact allowing not just these things that have been described, but I think, in my opinion, also sports betting. I made a commitment when I was elected in 2014, and at that point in time, the topic of gaming came up, and I answered the questions in the town halls and the forums that I was opposed to gaming in any capacity and felt that it was detrimental to society in general. And I've stood by those principles that I hold dear since that time, which I don't think is any surprise to anybody in this chamber. I mean, that's been pretty clear.
I thought I was changing your mind when I saw the conference committee report. I was very optimistic.
You know, it's my personal belief that 40 million Americans are experiencing harm caused by the greed of gaming in our nation. Children are being harmed by a bombardment of gambling advertising like never before, normalizing them to the dangers of commercialized gambling and making them far more likely to develop problems later in life. U.S. families are on a course currently to lose more than $1 trillion of personal wealth to commercialized gambling over the next 6 years, an average of at least $150 billion in lost wealth each year. Gambling is recognized as an addiction on the same level as heroin, cocaine, and opioids in the American Psychiatric Association's DSM-V, used by healthcare providers and insurers as the principal source for mental health diagnoses. I do respect the opportunity of everyone to have an opportunity to speak in this body. The Lancet, one of the most respected medical journals in the world, publicly declared gambling to be, quote, an urgent, neglected, understudied, and worsening public health predicament. I personally believe that we need to try to protect the health and well-being of children, minor children, and their families by restricting gambling, especially advertising, marketing, sponsorships, like we would do in other dangerous addictive products. I believe dramatically that this is going to increase poverty. We could reduce poverty by 50% and allow families to keep $5 billion in personal wealth over the next 6 years. The end practice of gambling operators reaping over half their profits from citizens who have been turned into addicted gamblers. I know that as we've talked about this legislation, we discussed the fact that I believe it was something like 80% of the funds that are used in gaming would go out of state to, I say out of state, they would go to whomever operates the operations. And then we've talked about the numbers that we would receive in state government. I think the point I would make is just simply that the vast majority, some 80% plus, goes to non-productive things for the citizens of our state. I share these things because it's important to me that I be consistent, transparent, and clear in the process of standing and representing what I said to the people that elected me in 2014. For that reason, I present to the body, which is not a surprise, a no vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question before the body now is concurrence on HB 152. If you're for, you will vote aye. If no, you vote no. Clerk will unlock the machine and members vote.
Yes, please. Yes.
Clerk will lock the machines, record the vote. 70 ayes, 29 nays. HB 152 has been concurred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body. And may I take a point of personal privilege real quick?
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
Can Chairman Witt, can you come in here for a second? Representative Jones, come in for a second. I just want to say, I mentioned this last time, but I want to publicly thank this body and what we did. It's amazing when you work together as a team, when things don't have R's or D by their names, when it's truly problems around the state that you want to address. And Sam, what you did, you put together, excuse me, Representative Jones, we've got on a personal level here a lot over the last 15 months. We've gotten to know each other on a personal level even more than we ever did before. And I think that helps you draft better legislation down the line. And Representative Witt, you taking your personal time away, I'm glad you're still married with all the time away from home and you going across the state doing what you did. But these guys working together show you when you put a team together that has a common goal and the same goal in the end, what you can do. And I publicly want to thank you for everything you did and getting things in order and working with us to get us to this point today. Thank you, man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. A lot of hours, a long time. Okay, so Mr. Clerk, let's bring back HB 36, please.
On page 4 of the calendar, House Bill number 36 with substitute by Representative Ensler relating to firearms.
Representative Ensler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we're at the point now, I know we adopted the committee sub. There's just an amendment to that sub. All it does is just make sure that the language is even more aligned with the federal statute. So we just changed the citation to the federal code to make sure it cites what it currently says is allowed, and just made sure that the offenses, that if someone is found guilty of this, that it is also aligned with the federal statute. So I will take any questions, and if not, move for adoption of the floor amendment. Yeah. Can I get, yeah.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 36 by Representative Ensler.
Representative Ensler, you care to explain your amendment, please?
Sure. So what it does is it just makes sure that the substitute is, the language is even more aligned with the federal statute. So make sure that we cite to the proper federal code, make sure that all the definitions, that the wording aligns, and then making sure that the offenses, what the charge would be if someone is, if they are charged with it, that it would also align with federal law as well.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. Representative Van, you want to speak on the amendment? Okay. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I'm sorry. Tell me about the amendment again.
So it just cleans up some of the language to make sure that our state law is even more aligned with the federal statute.
And it's that federal statute Does says what?
So first what we do is just cite to the definition of machine gun under that federal statute, so to make sure that what is then prohibited under state law aligns with federal law. And then what we do is that the initial version of this, the first offense was community service. That is not what the federal statute is, so we changed that to align with what the federal statute says for the charge, which would be Class C.
Okay, so you're saying that this is bringing us into conformity there with the federal statute. And this federal statute, the penalty is what?
Felony. A felony.
I got that. What's felony?
So then under the...
Is it a felony A, B,
C?
Okay. Okay, so it would be a Class C felony. Okay. All right, okay. I should have gotten it. Do you have a copy of the amendment?
Up here.
The amendment?
Yeah, they have it up here.
Okay, I just want to get a copy of it. I just missed it, and this is really,
It went over there.
this is really too important of it. Copy of the amendment? I just want to get the wording. I thought but anyways, while she's getting the amendment, okay, I got it. I think I'm clear on it. I just want, so you're, okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll figure it out. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chair, thanks, the lady. The question for the body now is the adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 59 ayes, 32 nays. Floor amendment has been adopted. Representative Ensler.
Great. I will move for a final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Henry, Representative Ream.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. So with this, with your amendment, now we've changed from some community service to a full-blown felony for first offense, correct?
Correct, and that is just to align with federal law.
Which, right, that's why I don't like aligning with federal law. But earlier in our discussion, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you stated this was about handguns. That's what you said, and you displayed in front of everybody, we're going to pull the trigger and, you might get the first shot off and then it's going to go all over the place. That was your description. But in your substitute, it says firearms. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right, and they've been used interchangeably, but a firearm that's converted into a machine gun, using...
But it's not interchangeable. Now you've covered all long guns, not just a handgun. It says firearms. So what you're saying is that if somebody puts one of these instruments that causes it to be automatic, which again, I will remind you, it appears that you are now banning machine guns in the state of Alabama, which has never been done by the state. It's always been a federal issue, but now you're making it a state crime. But your description can't be accurate in a long gun of this uncontrollable semi-automatic or full auto as you're describing. You stated it was for handguns, but this includes all firearms. Correct me if I'm wrong. Whether it's long gun, pistol, handgun.
And the way the conversions work, or the trigger activators, what we lay out in here could be added to a firearm that, in those situations, it's just a handgun, though, that converts it into a machine gun.
But your bill doesn't say that. Your bill says firearms, and there are instruments right now that would do that with a long gun as well. I mean, they're created the same way. I mean, they fire the same way. The only difference is the caliber, the length of the barrel. So I mean, you've displayed that this is about these Glocks and kind of narrowed it in. And I agree with you. A Glock with this mechanism is, probably not a safe weapon to fire. okay? But you've expanded it in this substitute. It includes all firearms, whether it's a Ruger 1022, 22 rifle, or any other firearm.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
So verify that this includes all firearms, long guns as well.
So my understanding of it that what would be converted into a machine gun would be a handgun, which is of course a type of firearm that would then be converted with one of those devices into a machine gun.
But your bill doesn't say that. It says firearms. Is a long gun a firearm?
It is, and this is what we wanted to do with the substitute in committee, and then certainly here is make sure that by aligning with federal law that we're more consistent with the Constitution and more consistent with what courts have said over time.
Well, I'm not convinced that the courts have really dove into this. Matter of fact, that was still debated in the Supreme Court for the bump stock. They have not ruled on it, okay? So I disagree that it's been adjudicated all the way up to the Supreme Court. But my concern whether it's complies with the federal rule or not, this rule, what you're doing, this law, applies to long guns. And that's what I want an acknowledgement, that it's not just Glocks or pistols, it's all long guns. I'll give you a chance if you want to respond to that. At least acknowledge that you're covering rifles at this point. Semi-automatic rifles now with this are now considered a machine gun, and the state of Alabama is now against state law if this is passed. You acknowledge that at least.
So I think the bigger picture pointer again is that we're trying to give law enforcement a tool to be able to hold accountable when either deter people or when they use them in the first place. I'm certainly open to if an amendment comes, if we need to clarify that it's just a handgun, would be fine with doing that.
I'm not offering an amendment. If the body wants to cover all these long guns now, that's their prerogative, but I don't think that was adequately or accurately portrayed to the body, that this wasn't just about handguns. This also includes long guns. It states firearms. Another thing I want to add is, you stated earlier, and you actually described how a gun went and killed a bunch of folks or shot a bunch of folks. That gun didn't do anything. The gun is an inanimate object. It's a tool. A human being chose to do evil. Okay? Whether that gun is semi-automatic, bolt action, or whatever, it takes a human being to commit these crimes. Somebody referred to it as a public safety issue. An inanimate tool, whether it be a gun or a hammer or whatever, if it's sitting there, is not a safety issue unless somebody picks it up. And I will give you, they should not be accessible to children or to young adults. I agree on that, but to go ahead and change this and make it blanket so that now all of a sudden the state of Alabama is going to make this determination on long guns as well, I still don't occur.
Why do you want to say pistol instead of handgun? That's what Bella said. I don't have a problem if we want to change it.
Bring it along so we can get some time.
Yeah, but
so
it's handgun. Do it as handgun.
Okay.
Do you think just because it's yeah.
I'm okay. Let them give me some time.
I'm good with it. I don't think it's going to matter handgun or pistol. Yeah, but we appreciate it just a pistol or handgun.
Again, we're making judgments as a state on how our citizens are allowed to defend themselves in the home, especially in a condition in which we're continuously letting, possible terrorists, illegal aliens, drug runners, and all of that throughout our country. And then we're going to turn around and make determinations on how people are supposed to protect themselves in the home.
you said that the federal government isn't capable or willing to enforce these rules, which I don't understand because they're not defending our borders. I don't know what else they're doing. So I just completely disagree that we should be banning or changing inanimate objects.
I'm sorry, was there a question?
No, I was just giving you some time. So you can get your, at least make it better for me. Sure. And that I yield. Thank you.
Thanks, Speaker. All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I have an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 36 by Representative Stringer.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Stringer, explain your amendment, please.
Yes, sir. This is going to address the issue that was just brought up, which is dealing with in the original substitute. It's addressing firearms, which can be long guns, any guns. This is going to make sure that it's addressing a pistol instead of the long guns.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment and the sponsor's reaction to the amendment.
I'm good with it, and here's why. That the intention was not to do anything beyond pistols, where that's when the conversion goes on. That's what we want to address, so I see it as a friendly amendment.
Okay, you've heard the sponsor. He views it as a friendly amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 94 ayes, 3 nays. The floor amendment has been adopted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to agree on this bill, and so I just want to make a few comments. Just for obviously the people who are watching in our state. Number one, I want to remind our body and our state and our country that we do not get our fundamental rights from the Constitution. We get them from God. They are self-evident. Number two, discussing cocaine versus guns is not the same because we don't powder dust home invaders to protect our families. It's comparing apples to oranges or two totally unrelated topics. Number three, Second Amendment is not in our governing documents, not fundamentally to protect hunting or even to protect our families, as important as that is. It is in our Constitution to stop tyrannical government. And that's why I wear this 1776 ring to remind ourselves of why we stood for freedom and the cost of what it took to even have a country in the first place. Banning guns does not stop criminals because criminals operate illegally as it is. And also, I would humbly submit that to act as if our founding fathers intended to freeze gun technology in time so that the Second Amendment would require us today to fight ARs with black powder muskets is kind of absurd. If this logic is followed backwards, they would have therefore been enshrining a law to guarantee that they could not have defeated Great Britain to win our freedom as a country. They sought to empower American colonial citizens to fight force with force, not force with powder dusting. And all by an army of citizens of our country. Or as the World War II Japan admiral said, he did not invade because there would be a gun behind every blade of grass. So we have to fight force with force. So the question becomes one of, well, how do we stop crime? Because I don't want innocent people being killed. I don't want crime on the streets either, right? I do want to have safe communities. But besides having law enforcement, we empower our citizens to exercise their God-given rights. And we also don't forget, since we quote the Bible a lot in this chamber, Ecclesiastes chapter 8 and verse 11 says that because sentence is not executed speedily against an evil work, the hearts of the sons of men are set in them to do evil. So we also have crime in our country because of a lack of swift execution of justice. And these are the important gifts, I believe, that have been given to us to fight crime and also to enshrine and protect the freedoms of our people and to acknowledge, honestly, the history of our country and how we became a country and the reality of evil governments in the world, as well as feeding our families and protecting our families. So I just wanted to make those notes. I appreciate the intent behind it. We don't want innocent people killed. I think we just disagree on how to accomplish that, but the intent and the desire to protect, I certainly agree with. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Insler, for this particular legislation. People, let's be real. He's talking about Glock switches. And for anyone that carries weapons, when I was enlisted, I carried a 45. I would not want a Glock switch on a 45. If I wanted to shoot something faster, they put an M16 in my hand. Let's be realistic. The Glock switches is an issue in our community. And until we start to do something about them, no one that carries a weapon or a pistol legally wants a Glock switch. You can't even control it. But I can control my AR-22, my AR-15. I can control my shotgun, my 12 gauge. I can control my compact 40. I can control my 9mm. I can control my 357. I'm letting you know I'm a gun carrier. But I don't want a Glock switch on any pistol or on my Glock. If I want to shoot something faster, I will use something different. But what has happened in our community is that they have altered handguns. And when they alter the handgun, you cannot control it if you're shooting. Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. No one is affecting or taking away our rights to bear arms. But I don't want to bear an arm with a Glock switch because you cannot control it. You cannot have a level of accuracy. It just does not work. So let's be realistic, really. Good piece of legislation. Let's handle the crime in our community.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Sherry.
Thank you for recognition, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the previous speaker. Let's address the crime. I think this bill could be fixed. I think it could be fixed easy. How about we rewrite the bill and say if you commit a crime with one of these Glock switches, that gives you an extra penalty, Class C felony type time. I think that would fix the crime without putting a stigma on an inanimate object. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Etowah, Representative Lipscomb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of a lot of the comments, especially regarding Representative Shirey, I agree with him wholeheartedly. I love the intention of this bill. I like what you're trying to accomplish, but the bill itself has turned into a dumpster fire right here on the floor. Okay? We've been trying to fix it right here. This is not the place to fix a bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask to table it.
Can I respond to that? So it is very common on this floor. We have amendments all the time. We fixed one word. That's how this process should work. It would be completely disrespectful and turning our backs on the blue and law enforcement. If we table this, if we vote against it, I'll say it over and over again, the Fraternal Order of Police, the DAs, the sheriffs, Aaliyah all wants it. So people can vote if they want to table it. I'm opposed to that, but just know that you are then opposing law enforcement and opposing what they want.
It doesn't change my motion.
Okay. The motion should be to carry over.
Actually, sir, unless they can do a significant refix on this, I'd like to table it. We want to carry it over? We'll carry it over.
Okay, you've heard the explanation from the gentleman. He'd like to vote to carry it over. If you want to vote to carry it over, your vote will be aye. If you do not want to vote to carry it over, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 35 ayes, 62 nays. Bill's not been carried over.
Thank you.
Question for the body now is final passage of HB 36. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 60 ayes, 38 nays. HB 36 has passed.
Thank you very much.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, House Bill number 195 with substitute by Representative DuBose relating to public schools.
Representative DuBose, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body. I am here today to present HB 195 as substituted, which updates our current sex ed program in our public schools. The bill still teaches abstinence, which is now called sexual risk avoidance, and it still allows for the teaching of other methods to prevent unwanted pregnancy, the prevention of STD and HIV. Sex education is not required in Alabama public schools, nor should it be. However, if a local school board decides to include it in their curriculum, this bill requires parents are provided curriculum and can opt out. New information is added to help today's teens navigate a more complex world, which includes knowledge and skills to resist and avoid cyberbullying, sexting, pornography, online sexual predators, and the potential legal implications involved. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I move for the adoption of the BIR.
Chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Reverend Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello. Hello. I just want to stand here. This body, you know, I just like looking at the type of bills that we bring up here, the type of bills we want to fight that really will help our folks. We bring bills that, as you said in your own explanation, we're not doing anyway. But we're going to bring the bill anyway, even though we're not teaching it in our schools. And I'm not going to stay up here long because I'm going to tell y'all, I hope everybody can hear me. Ignorance is certainly not bliss. And it's running rampant in this body. It's running rampant. And people sit here and act like it's okay, but it is not okay. You're bringing a bill to clarify something that we just don't do in the first place, but you clarifying even though we don't do it. Don't make sense. Don't make us look good at all. And you all continue to bring them like that. I just, just like looking at the folks because I know it's not happening all over the world. It's a rare event that occurs every day in this chamber that we meet. And at some point in time, some force is going to allow us or teach us that some of the bills that we bring, I once was told you don't bring frivolous bills. We have not identified a problem with your bill, but yet in your bill you're correcting something that we don't do in the first place. And I know you all don't like the phrase critical thinking, but it is important because it helps us to look at things and evaluate things and then ask ourselves if there's a problem. Then we do additional critical thinking to come up with a solution. But you said in your own introduction that this is not something that's mandatory in the state of Alabama. It's something that we don't teach. And our children, what I believe with some issues that we bring up, is in the house. It's in the homes where they come from. Now, I think if you take this step first, then eventually are you all going to go to the home? Because they're going to go to the schools already knowing this from home. And as you said, it's not taught in the schools. So, and everybody in this room, as many people as possible is going to vote for this. Something that is not a problem in the state of Alabama, except for what children are being allowed to be exposed to in their homes. And we don't go into the homes because we say the parents have a right. So they have the right to allow their children to read the garbage that they read, but yet we want to blame it on the school system because that's where it shows up. And I could talk about a lot of just incidents that have happened from a sexual nature in our schools, but every bit of it came from the home. Every bit of it came from what these children have been exposed to in the home with their parents, in the home with their foster parents. It's coming from the house. It's not coming from the schools, and we continue to attack the school systems across this state, and it's just absolutely, positively not necessary. I'm not going to talk long because when we're trying to combat darkness, we can't change your way of thinking because you already been programmed to think a certain way. And that's why we continue to get these types of bills coming up. But I want to be honest with you. You said it. We don't teach it. So it's not a problem. But you're correcting something that don't exist. So that's got to be some misinformation, some level of something that you're going through to continue to bring these bills that you do. I just hope we get down to looking and doing true research to find out. But most of these sexual problems we have in schools, I can tell you day by day on reports I get, it's being bought directly from the house. And that's where the correction needs to take place. We don't need to keep hammering down on our schools and our teachers. They're overwhelmed already. Get in the house if you can, and I'll bet your problems will be solved that we do have. But it's not the schools that's doing it. Not the schools exposing people to anything except for the true curriculum. They need to do. They're not doing all these things that you all keep bringing bills for. I just would ask us to stop it. I know I can't because that's your state of mind. Only way we could correct it is we got to deprogram a lot of people in this chamber, a lot of people throughout the state that have been given a lot too much misinformation. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney.
Thank you, sir. Very briefly, thank you for bringing already in place sex education curriculum that we have in our education system. I appreciate the fact that you provided prohibitions in relation to other things that are not beneficial to minor children. So appreciate so much the process of what you're going through to bring it.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough.
I just wanted to thank you for the recognition. Just say thank you for supporting the values that we need in our school. And as a parent of 4 kids and one who looks at our country's condition today, and again, to quote the Bible, it says to seek out the old paths, and our parents knew a thing or two. And so I think that teaching our kids these values and this method of self-control and self-government sets them up for success. I mean, even the data shows when things that are not followed as what you're wanting to teach here and put before our kids, it's very destructive a lot of times to our kids' lives and to their future. So just thank you for wanting to be a voice for that which is the time-tested path that will lead to happiness and to strong nuclear families.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote, 76 ayes, 21 nays. BR has been adopted.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I have a committee sub and a floor sub, so
Okay,
I would like
let's do the committee sub first.
Okay, well, can I just table the committee sub and then vote on the floor sub?
Okay.
Okay.
So you've heard the request just to table the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Because you made your changes on the committee sub, didn't you?
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote.
It's
71 ayes, 6 nays. The committee sub has been tabled.
We got it.
Representative DeBuck.
Okay, let's see. I'd like to vote on the floor sub now, and that is the one
Clerk, see the sub.
F.
Substitute to House Bill number 195 by Representative DuBose.
Yes.
Representative DeBose, explain your sub, please.
Thank you. So I've worked with several members on this floor sub, and it's the one that's number 4J9413R-1. So I worked with Representative Faulkner and several of us just to clarify some repetitive language, clarify that various forms of medically accurate contraceptive options, HIVs and STDs, may be discussed. We did eliminate the cause of action against the school board, teachers, and principals. And we also stated that discussions of where to obtain contraceptive devices are no longer excluded, so those discussions can be had. We removed the advantages of mother and father involvement in the life of a child, and we removed the reference to non-marital. We also added a line, number 108, which states that the benefits of a child being raised by both parents, the responsibility to pay child support by a non-custodial parent or parents. So I believe that's the major, those are the major changes. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption of the floor sub for HB 195.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the floor sub. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van. Speaking on the sub.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It was. I think I must have missed something. I just got it, so I didn't have a chance to read it.
Okay, yeah.
Give me those first 3 points that you referenced, and then I know one. I think it's within the first 3 points that you referenced.
Okay, that in the sub.
When you got to that, David Faulkner helped you do
Okay, yeah. We went through it, and there was a lot of just repetitive language, and that we just, so you can tell the bill went from several pages to fewer pages, and we just, for clarity, to make it read easier, and to avoid overemphasis on some areas, we simplified it by taking out repetitive language.
And was there something relative to punishment or that was punitive?
Oh, yeah. So
Okay,
there
I
was.
think
That's true. At one point, there was a cause of action in there where this was taken out before Faulkner even got involved. But anyway, there was a cause of action. We took that out, so there is no cause of action against the school board teachers or principals.
Okay, and so we took the cause of action, and I guess I think that's the thing that caught my eye. So we took the cause of action out. So I guess for me, as I'm looking at even with the sub, and again, when I come here, I'm not coming here to try to convince y'all to do nothing. I have come to the conclusion when I came in here in 2010 that and what I just saw before this bill just reaffirmed that. But I'm just gonna ask a question, and maybe you know the answer. Are there schools, do they teach sex education in schools anymore?
Yeah, they actually do. In fact, in Shelby County, yes. In some of our Shelby County schools, they do.
In Shelby County?
Yeah, that's right.
I don't hear anybody, even when I was raising my nephew and my niece that I raised and they live with me, I don't remember that coming up as a subject. And I'm just trying to see what schools. So
I know Shelby
and I
County
guess maybe
does.
I need to ask you, because you and I are sweet mates, and I hear you when you're working on your bills, and every now and then you and I talk about your bills. But on this one, what are we trying to prohibit? Maybe I should ask that.
Well, to be honest, there's a group out there that would like to make sex education mandatory in grades K through 12. They want it to be taught in every single grade.
What group?
They're ACASH.
I guess maybe it's the, hey.
I know. I think that's overkill.
I'm just saying, listen, people, listen.
I agree.
I don't know who these groups are, and I don't know if they just come into you all's neighborhood and into you all schools, and a lot of this stuff that is going on. I agree with, I think Representative Moore said it. A lot of this stuff starts at home. Now, if you ain't able to talk to your child, or your child ain't able to talk to you, and they feel like they need to go get help or some reliance on somebody else, then you need to fix what's in your house. I'm just confused. Okay, so, and sometimes when we pass these pieces of legislation, and I know a lot of this boils down to party lines, it makes it appear as if the Democrats but it's not that we don't care, we do care.
Well, I consider this a bipartisan bill. I really do.
Well, you're going to get some bipartisan votes on it, but for the most part, the question becomes, where is this happening at? And I would like to know, because I want to be able to call the superintendent in those areas and say, hey, we got a problem. So I guess, are we, with your sub, are we modifying what can be taught in sex education?
I would say we are updating it to a certain extent, because I did talk about some of the sexting and the pornography and the cyberbullying and stuff that kids face now that they didn't face 10 years ago. So yes, we've added that. But we are also excluding certain groups from coming into the school and teaching it, because they're going to teach things like mandatory
So they actually have groups that are coming into the school.
There are groups that want
sex education.
They want to come into our schools. They have a complete agenda. And it's not what we want to be taught.
I don't even know kids that even meant, because first of all, again, we can bring as many bills as we want to bring here. We can pass as much legislation. We can have folks walking to this mic that appear to be the moral compass of the world. They are the only ones that are going to get to heaven. Anyhow, but I can guarantee you this, they ain't going to crown him until I get there. So ain't nobody in here no more holier than anybody else in here, okay? Now that's number one. I'm not here to legislate morality, what go on in folks' houses, short of them committing criminal acts. Whatever go on. I don't get involved with what people do with their children. That's not my business, because I don't know how they're living in their own households. Because I've seen the best of the best and I've seen the worst of the worst. I've seen them walk around with all kind of saint hats on, with all kind of clergy cloths and everything, and they are the devils walking around here. And the first ones to say, let me pray for you. No, don't pray for me, pray for yourself. Keep your prayers, because I do not want them. But at the end of the day, we're passing this. I don't know who the groups are. And when I come here, I want to find out, because I want to be able to call my superintendent and say, has someone reached out to you that said that they want to teach sex education? But it doesn't matter what we do with this bill until we regulate, and I will continue to say that, these cell phones. These kids don't need their educators to teach them about sex. Hell, I mean, half of these kids can teach the educators about sex. Because they know it, because they have these weapons in Gary land, because he's laughing. He know I'm telling the truth.
I agree with you. That phone is a weapon. Shouldn't be.
This phone is, hey, and I've said to the speaker, Mr. Speaker, you need to come up with, you got all these Republicans who bring all of these wonderful cray-cray bills that they have poof, and they just appear. But I need for y'all to bring one for this right here. And this right here will solve a lot of the problems with our children, with sex education. Again, I don't even hear kids referencing
I agree
the word
with you.
sex.
We can work together on that bill.
Yeah, no, sweetie pie. I said, y'all need to, the ones who come up with these poof in the air bills that you all come up with, y'all need to do that. Because at the end of the day, I just feel like we have a lot going on with our kids. And whenever someone comes up here and they laud over these bills, oh God, these are, I'm just concerned, because when I talk to these kids, most of these kids now, when you reference, if you even say sex to them, they look at you just like you done lost your mind. Seriously. Because they don't want to hear anything that you, me, or anybody else has to say to them, because they feel that they've already gotten it themselves off the phone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just being honest with you. So again, I just wanted to get the clarity on this, but I'm concerned. It's time for this session to end. It's time for it to end. It's time to sine die. When it starts getting like this, it really is. I wish, hey, if I had the power, I promise you, Stat Hayden, I would do it, because it's like the end of the school year, when you know it's time for school to be over, because everything started happening. Fights, everything break out. Because I believe if y'all had that Insler's bill wouldn't have gotten out of here, I think we would have had a moment. We hadn't had one in about 6-7 years in this chamber at the end of the year. But I just wanted to get the clarity on it, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down to the well.
Yeah, you my sweet mate, and we chit chat about all this. But I'm just only here to investigate in an investigatory manner, because I want to be able to go back to the superintendents, and I want to go to these groups to figure out how you all come up with these bills that you say that they reach out to y'all or reach out to someone in you all's base, and this is why y'all come up, because they don't approach us. So, and I do believe we have an opportunity to get to heaven too. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is the adoption of the floor sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 78 ayes, 14 nays. The floor sub has been adopted. Representative Bose.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
That is the question. It's final passage of HB 195. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 72 ayes, 22 nays, 6 abstentions. HB 195 has passed as subbed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 211 by Senator Chasteen, relating to education.
Representative McClammy, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the companion bill for Senate Bill 211. It's the companion bill to our bill, HB 292. This bill has already been passed out of the House and it's been passed out of the Senate. This is the existing law where children of active duty military personnel who are pending transfer to this state are permitted to enroll remotely in public K-12 schools prior to residency in the state. This bill will provide for the remote enrollment of special needs children of active duty military personnel, will provide for the transfer of certain records, and will provide for comparable services. This bill would also require informed parental consent before the reevaluation of the transferring of student. I call for the BR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to get myself composed. I don't know about the city of Montgomery, but all over the city and county of Jefferson, they're asking parents and everybody to do early enrollment. So, will we do anything different for a military family? If they know that they're going to be in a certain city and they're leaving one base going to the other, they encourage them to do early enrollment too. That's the name of the game now because school starts so early. Most of them try to get parents to enroll their children as early as possible so that somewhere in the month of July, each school, each class will have the basic number of children so that they can probably put them in whichever grade level. And then they can also determine by the early enrollment the number of teachers they need per grade level per subject. So I don't think it's necessary for us to come up and pass bills that would do anything to codify something specific for a group of people that is already done every day. Every day, they encourage parents to do early enrollment. So I just don't understand why. But I'm just going to say another thing. Ignorance so enough ain't bliss.
Sure, I agree with
And then what I'm saying is that it's hard for me to believe with a lot of these bills. Every time I take something to reference, I said, do the research for me. Make sure it's not something that we're doing already and it's just an oversight on my part. But with these military bills, the bills we had before, those are things that they do for any child in the first place. I just cannot imagine that they would do something different from our military families than they do for anybody else that come. If you're moving from one state to the other state and you know what school system your child is going to be in, whether you're in the military or not, once you notify that school that you come in there, they're going to ask you to go ahead and do early enrollment. And in that case, they want to do as early as possible because then they have time to go back to the school district that they're coming from to be able to get their records, because a lot of times it takes them a long time to transmit those records before the school year gets started, and so that they can do the assessment on that child to make sure that whatever curriculum that they've had when they come into the new school system, that they're up to snuff as to what the requirements are there. But it just bothers me that nobody is doing the research to make sure that this isn't a process that we're doing already. And for us to continue to do this over and over again, it doesn't make us look good at all. I think that at some point we've just got to stop it. Thank you for listening to.
Thank you for your comments.
Chair, thanks, lady. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 101 ayes, 1 nay. The BIR has been adopted.
Call for final passage.
Representative McFamily.
Please, I'll call for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of SB 211. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 1 nay. SB 211 has passed.
Thank you.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 10 of the calendar, House Bill number 197 by Representative Brown relating to veterans.
Chairman Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I call for the BIR.
That is the question, is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a floor sub also. We'll get to it. It makes it better.
Clerk, see the sub.
Substitute to House Bill number 197 by Representative Brown.
Chairman Brown, you care to explain your sub, please?
Yes, what this is agreed upon by the Department of Mental Health and Department of Veterans Affairs. It creates a steering committee, also creates a pilot program, and will create a comprehensive plan to deal with mental health and substance abuse in our state.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call for final passage.
That is the question, is final passage as sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 197 as sub has been passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know all the veterans in this body were co-sponsors. I've been asked to open it up for co-sponsors.
Ms. Clerk, let's open it up for co-sponsors, please. Clerk will lock the machine. 59 co-sponsors on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 219 with substitute by Senator Shelnutt relating to the Alabama Farm Center.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This deals with the Farm Center that was in Jefferson County. We talked about a little bit the other night. This is a Senate bill. I asked for the BIR.
That is questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Chairman Crawford.
Mr. Speaker, I have a floor sub. Oh.
Clerk, see the sub.
I'm sorry. I got to help myself. I need to table my committee sub, then the floor sub.
Okay, you heard the explanation to table the committee sub. Question for the body now is to table the committee sub. Clerk will open the machine so members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been tabled. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'll have the floor sub.
Care to explain what your
Yes,
floor
sir.
sub does?
What the floor sub does is change some of the wording in the bill as a singular farm center that was requested by the league municipality. Then it changes two of the board appointments. One of the appointment that the governor gets is done by the minority leaders of both houses from a list that they'll give to the governor. Then the Commissioner Ag has two. One of those will be from the Dean of Agriculture from University of Tuskegee and Alabama A&M University.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the floor sub. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson.
It's in Jefferson County at the Hallmark Farm.
Question for the body now is the adoption of the floor sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The floor sub has been adopted. Chairman Crawford.
I ask the final passage of the floor sub, the bill as sub from the floor.
You care to say that again?
No, I can't.
That's okay. Question for the body is the passage of SB 219 as subbed. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 219 has passed as subbed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 451 by Representative Bolton relating to location monitoring.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body and I
Wait just a second before you start. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to announce rules is going to meet right now in room 617.
Thank you. Representative Bolton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Bill 451, HB 451, applies to law enforcement being able to acquire the GPS monitoring information when someone either cuts off their device that they're ordered to wear or when they escape. And there have been certain instances where some of the agencies wouldn't share information that involved juveniles, and also where certain organizations that are involved in contracts with monitoring for these agencies would not provide that information. So this simply, it will require agencies to provide that information to other agencies, and it will require contracts signed for GPS monitoring to provide for the release of that GPS information to law enforcement when necessary. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call for BIR, please.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
And if there are no questions, Mr. Speaker, I would move for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 451. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 96 ayes, no nays. HB 451 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the body.
Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 66 of the calendar, House Bill number 356 was substituted by Representative Keel relating to taxation.
Chair recognizes Representative Keel of Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would provide a state income tax credit to anyone who gives to a pregnancy crisis center. Mr. Speaker, I call for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 78 yeas, 18 nays. The BR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, the sub adds mobile clinics to the definition.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Representative Devan of Jefferson.
I'm just trying to hear, I couldn't hear you when you were giving the explanation of the bill. So tell me what this bill does.
It gives tax credits. It allows people to donate to pregnancy crisis centers, and from that, they can take a tax credit.
So anyone who wants to donate to a pregnancy crisis, what is a pregnancy crisis center?
Well, it's a pregnancy center or a residential maternity center, and I've got it defined in the bill. But it helps mothers who are pregnant or families who are pregnant. It can be moms and dads that they help.
I just really don't know. I don't know I'm just trying to get the clarity as to, do you go and get a pregnancy test? You can find out if you're pregnant. So like,
all those things, and you can get resources, like parenting resources. Some provide like after birth, like diapers and materials like that.
I wonder, where are they located in most places? Do you know?
Do what now?
Do you know where they're typically not located?
There's like 60 something across the state.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I gotta look that up. Pregnancy test center, crisis center.
Mm-hmm.
So anyone who donates financially to these, so are they mostly nonprofits or something?
They're all nonprofits.
All of these centers are nonprofits. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm really out of touch. I mean, I'm gonna have to really get back out there and just really, I've got to stop isolating and get out and see what's going on. And I guess it's because I just don't utilize any of these services, and I just don't I don't know anything about them, and that's not good. So I'm learning when I come to this microphone. I'm glad I've learned something. Pregnancy test centers. I believe, okay. I think I went to when my cousin, we were we were grown. I was in college. I think that's when she went to find out she was pregnant. As a matter of fact, she's about to get married now. She's a divorcee. Okay, so yeah, I think it was one over by Ramsey High School. Used to be. I think it just had pregnancy test center on it. Something like that. Okay, so we're giving these people breaks. Can I ask you why? Are we giving them a break?
To help the pregnancy crisis centers.
Do these centers also give referrals if a mother comes in pregnant and wants to have an abortion?
They do not.
Okay, so if someone asks them because I remember the one that I went to many years ago, and it was a pregnant, and now that I refresh my recollection, it was a center, and I know it did discuss options regarding pregnancy, but if you say the ones that you all are, petitioning for tonight doesn't, I just didn't know what a pregnancy test center does. And I just want to say this because I admitted that I didn't. Don't tweet me, don't text me, don't email me, don't send me a message on Instagram. I'm just trying to get the clarity. And now that I know, I'm going to do a further research. So I appreciate you, kid.
Thank you, Representative Gavan.
Chair recognizes Representative Drummond from Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
At these pregnancy centers, what if there's a mother that has distress or something medically goes wrong? What do they do?
They would recommend they go to a medical center, I'm sure.
What if they're in need of having if the child is stillborn and it's been determined? What do they tell them to do?
I'm sure they would advise them to seek medical attention.
They're not medical attention?
Well, they're not.
Well, you said that
hospitals.
there are centers that take care of pregnant women.
Mhm.
Are they not medical centers?
Well,
that
they do have
advises
medical.
them medically?
They do have medical staff, but they're not set up to, to provide in-depth medical care like a hospital would.
Would they give out prenatal vitamins to the
They
mothers?
probably could.
So if they're giving out advice, where would they, let's use, for example, if they lived in the Jefferson County area, where would they advise them to go?
I would assume to a hospital.
But why go there if you need to go to a hospital?
Well, if there was a medical procedure or something that was outside of the realm of, it's like being at a doctor's office, you don't get all the medical procedures that are available to people at a doctor's office. So if you're at an office and you need something that they can't provide, they'll recommend you go somewhere else.
And how much are these tax credits?
The tax credit to the taxpayer is up to half of their tax liability. And then,
Define that in dollars for me, please.
well, for the state, it would be up to $10 million. That's the cap. So
Okay.
that's the total amount. And then to the individual taxpayer, it would be up to half of their tax liability.
We had this bill in committee. I have another question because I thought about this afterwards. Hospitals, especially those hospitals out there that are offering care to pregnant women, could an individual donate money to them and get a tax credit? Or is it only at these pregnancy centers?
It's the pregnancy centers. And of course, I've defined eligible charitable organizations there in the bill. If they meet the requirements laid out in the bill, then they could do it. I mean, I don't know any other way. I've defined it here who receives it, and so if they meet the definitions of the charitable organization in the bill, then they could certainly apply.
The main purpose of a pregnancy center is not only to offer medical care to women, or is it just to give them advice about what course of action not to have an abortion or whatever?
It does.
But it doesn't
both.
have any, is there any educational component if that woman wants to seek an abortion or if she wants to have her child adopted? What kind of advice do they give?
Yeah, well, obviously the primary goal would be to teach about parenting. If the mother does not want to keep the child for some reason, then adoption would be an option that they could learn about there. Promote healthy childbirth, and then post-birth care, how to take care of your child, best parenting practices there.
What do you mean parenting practices? Do they teach them how to change diapers? Or what does that entail?
I would assume so. Those type of basic parenting skills that they would need to know.
Okay. Do you know I know that these are nonprofits, but do we know how much what their budgets are and how much, where the monies are coming from? Is there a limitation or anything like that?
They're typically pretty small organizations. Has been my experience with them. And
what is your experience with them?
There's a pregnancy crisis center in the Shoals area that I'm familiar with and have donated money to in the Shoals area.
You donate personally to them? So you'll be able to get the tax credit?
I could. Anybody could.
Are there any exceptions for folks who can't get the tax dollars?
Not that I'm aware of.
Or any entity that can't donate and get tax credits for it?
No, I think any entity that pays taxes in Alabama could. Any taxpayer, any business.
Mm. And you said it was up to 10, what did you tell me, 10?
The cap is $10 million.
10 million total or
10
for an
million.
individual?
No, it's 10 million total.
Total, how much is it for an individual? They can give as much as they want or what?
Yeah, so one person could foreseeably, I mean, if somebody owed $10 million in state taxes, they could give it all.
Do they offer any other kind of health care? Like, in Alabama, we have one of the highest paternal rate for babies. Do they offer any other kind of care for that mother?
I'm not sure. I mean, they have volunteers there that are...
They're volunteers, they're not healthcare professionals?
They are healthcare professionals.
Are any of them religion-based?
I'm not sure. There probably are, but I'm not sure of that.
Well, the previous person who came up, I think you said there were about 60 in the state?
60 something in the state.
How do they get started? I mean, I'm trying to understand.
Yeah. Now, I'm not sure about the starting of them. I don't know how they get started, but they're nonprofit organizations.
But we're giving them tax credits and we don't know the origin of them?
Well, when we say we, I should say me.
Well, you're asking this body to vote on it, so I say we.
How they start?
Yes. What's the origin? How do they get started?
I mean,
could some foreign body come here and say, I'm going to do a nonprofit and I want to start one?
No, it has to be a primarily an in-state facility. They have to have in-state care. They can't charge. They have to have trained and licensed medical professionals. My experience locally has been that most of those are volunteers. Maybe all of them are volunteers.
So they don't have to be Alabama-based. They could come from another state into Alabama.
They have to have their primary physical office in Alabama.
Their primary physical office, even though they have offices elsewhere?
They could have offices elsewhere, but the primary physical office has to be here.
And the 60 that you reference, are all of those, I guess, home-based here in Alabama?
Well, if they're not, they wouldn't qualify for this. They wouldn't qualify under this bill if they're not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Chair recognizes Representative Rafferty of Jefferson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Right, that's
something like that.
Right, yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Or Mr. Pro Tem, I don't know. I don't know what the rules are here with that regard. But to carry on, good evening. Does the gentleman yield? Just got to ask you a couple of questions. I know we kind of went through this back and forth a little bit last year. I saw the bill. It is a little bit different than I think what you had last year. But I still got some questions here for you.
Sure.
So I'm sorry if this is repetitive, but we got to get through it, right? So the first thing is I think, many of the folks here are asking kind of what is a pregnancy center. What are you calling these facilities again?
Well, I call them pregnancy crisis centers.
Okay, so we are talking about, pregnancy crisis centers, okay. All right. And pregnancy crisis centers started largely as a kind of, a group that was trying to counter any sort of clinic that provided actual medical care to pregnant folks, correct? You might not agree with me on that one, but...
I don't think I do.
Okay. But you know what I'm saying with that one, right?
I don't think I understand.
Okay. So a pregnancy crisis center is for what? So somebody would go there expecting to get what kind of services? You do say in here that it offers services at no cost to the client for the express purpose of providing assistance to women in order to carry their pregnancy to term. So in order to carry their pregnancy to term, okay, encouraging parenting or adoption, preventing abortion, and promoting healthy childbirth. Well, there you go. I mean, you spell it right out. Exactly what I'm trying to say here. Of course, we've had a lot of changes in law since I think we first maybe debated this bill. Is that correct? When was the last time you brought this forward?
Last year.
It was last year. Okay. Well, my timeline might be getting off, but nonetheless. But I do think interesting because I think this was a source of contention last time too. Utilizes trained and licensed medical professionals to perform any available medical procedures. But we couldn't really quite define what those medical procedures would be. You know, who would be these licensed and trained medical professionals? Are we talking about RNs? Are we talking about nurse practitioners, physician assistants, physicians? I mean, I'm just curious what would make somebody a trained and licensed medical professional able to work at one of these facilities so that it can become a pregnancy center as you're defining it up there?
And I think my answer would be yes.
To what? To any and all?
Yes.
Okay, so you would be able to provide a variety of different services there, depending on where what it is. But you have to have a licensed medical professional in order for it to be considered one of these pregnancy centers, as you're calling them, that would then be a qualified entity to receive this.
That's correct.
This tax benefit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. But there's not like a minimum that it would be. Like, what would be the minimum? So doctors are pretty expensive to hire, quite a bit. You understand that. So what would be the minimum as far as like a provider would be able to be there?
Well, they would be licensed medical professionals, and so
yeah, right.
Whatever they're licensed to be.
But do you need to have an RN there, or do you need to have a physician?
No, and it might be a sonographer that's there that gives sonograms. You know, they're licensed to do that position. So
a sonogram technician, that kind of thing.
Could be that.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Thanks for clarifying that.
Sure.
All right. So then in that case, then we're talking about medical records and stuff like that we're going to be keeping medical records, correct?
I would say so.
So if we're keeping medical records, then don't you think that's really important that we are also talking about privacy in this regard, right?
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, you would agree with that, right? So we want to make sure that these medical records that people will be collecting, or this data, or these tests that they're performing, that they are still protected and secured from the, so that, as all medical records should be. Right? This is a founding principle of the HIPAA, right? We wanted people to be able to seek treatment with the understanding that they were going to be able to not worry about the privacy being invaded or leaked or anything along those lines. So what kind of protections are built in here to ensure that these clinics are valuing and respecting and honoring and complying with the law the way every other medical clinic has to in this state to honor HIPAA? I think this is a very important, crucial piece of this puzzle.
Well, I mean, they're going to follow the law, or they would be prosecuted like any other facility would be if they didn't follow the law. And so, if you're not following the law.
But where in the law? Do we have a law that states this is the statute that is establishing these pregnancy centers as a legal entity, correct?
No.
So where else is that found in?
Well, what this does is recognizes they're already nonprofits. They're recognized by the federal government, and they're an Alabama nonprofit. We've already recognized that.
Okay.
Under current code. And so what this does is for those that are recognized under current code and that meet these other items that we've laid out here, if they meet those other criteria,
right,
then they can receive the tax credit.
Right. No, I understand that. I guess what I'm really getting at is, HIPAA is not just a license thing, right? There's support staff that also has to follow HIPAA, that follows underneath this umbrella here. So, I mean, would you be open to an amendment to really guarantee that these women have their privacy protected, to make sure that their privacy is protected and that they have to follow HIPAA? Which, once again, we're not just talking about license or licensure. We're talking about the staff and everyone else who's non-licensed, but who will also be handling these medical records.
These locations are already required. Whatever law is now about about these facilities, it's already there. They're already.
Are they
having
considered medical facilities at this point?
Well,
on the record.
No,
For the
they're-
record.
No, they are tax exempt in the IRS. They're Alabama nonprofits that are providing resources.
I can go right outside and go fill out a form saying I want to start a nonprofit. All you have to do is a bank account, PO box, boom, you got it.
They have to follow all applicable laws.
What's governing that, particularly for their staff or for any sort of support staff that might not be licensed? I understand that licensed professionals have to obey these laws, but my concern would be the other support staff in those facilities that would have to be able to provide and make sure that these women's that these medical records stay secure.
Well, I mean, whatever law applies, it applies. I mean, if they're following it, or they're
Not here. This isn't the same thing that governs actual medical clinics. I know we're trying to make a distinction here that they are, but they're not. So what I'm trying to just do is go with you. You know, they provide services to pregnant women, and I think that's, that's great. But I just want them to be able to make sure that they're following the law, that they're following HIPAA, that they're staying on track with making sure that these women's identities are protected under HIPAA. So, I mean, now, Keel, since I'm running out of time here, I am going to introduce the amendment. I'm happy to let you look at it. We got an amendment.
Clerk will read we're on the sub. We're on the sub.
Oh, well, shoot, then great. So we'll have a little bit more time to talk about that when we get done here. All right, good deal. Well, with that, I'll use the rest of my time. I just hope that I can come and work with Mr. Keel here to make sure that these women have all their records secure, protected, and their privacy protected. So that's it. Okay.
With that, the question for the body's adoption of the sub, the clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 78 yeas, 21 nays, and the substitute is adopted. The chair now recognizes Representative Land of Madison. Lands.
Thank you for the recognition. I have just a few questions. So it just seems odd to me, I guess, that we're singling this narrow group out, this pregnancy crisis centers for a tax credit and not opening it up to broader healthcare organizations. Did we consider offering it to any other agencies or organizations?
Well, I mean, these organizations, their mission is to help mothers who are, in a crisis situation. They're pregnant. Sometimes they want to be, sometimes they didn't want to be, but whatever the case, they found themselves at this position, and so it's to help them make good, informed decisions about, how they can have a baby. Option is, and then past that is to help them with postnatal needs, and so that's the reason we chose these organizations.
But there are other organizations that help with those services that aren't so narrowly focused.
If they fall under these guidelines, they should apply for the tax credit.
Okay, help me too with the pregnancy crisis center verbiage, because it seems to me that most women do not consider their pregnancy a crisis. Some might, but it seems to me like it's raising it to another level of health care on the continuum, that it's saying, this is a severe or extreme situation.
I guess if the woman's pregnant and she is seeking out help, it probably is an extreme situation for her. She's looking for assistance, looking for advice, and so she's seeking out, and that's the reason she's at these places.
Okay, one other question just on the financing of this. Why can't these agencies just get 501c3 status then to get a tax credit or tax recognition?
They're recognized as nonprofits.
But they're not 501c3.
Well, typically these folks are 501(c)(3)s. They're charitable organizations.
The pregnancy crisis centers?
Yes, that's one of the things here that we ask them to make sure that they're 501(c)(3)s. They're an Alabama nonprofit. That's spelled out in the bill. That's on page 2.
Okay, I'll look at that closer. The other thing that I did want to address, and again from my mental health background, from everything I've read about these types of centers is that the advice they give is very skewed in one direction. It's not necessarily what we would consider best practices in a lot of cases. So in some ways I feel like we're misrepresenting ourselves, or these centers are misrepresenting themselves. And from working with women for many years and dealing with many situations of both abortion and adoption, I've heard stories from so many women who have been haunted by their decisions, from children who were given up for adoption who have been continually wondering who their people are and, where did I come from? And looking always for a face in the crowd that looks like them. But what it comes down to for me, and the issue that always resonates with me, is when you hear these stories, it's women who did not have a choice. It's women whose parents or boyfriend or other person involved made the decision for them and said that, this is a young girl in high school and parents tell her she has to have an abortion. Or parents say, you're going to have this baby, but we're going to give it up for adoption. Well, these women are haunted by the decisions. And so for me, it always comes back to choice. And I fear that these centers don't really present the realm of choices available to a woman, to a family, on what to do in their particular and unique situation. So as I understand it, they do not talk about other alternatives, especially if a woman might have a chromosomal defect, like in my case, that they would not talk about abortion at all.
They do not recommend abortion. That's what.
Period. What if it's at risk to the mother's life?
Well, the state has already put that in our current law, as you well know, that the mother, can abort a child if it's in self-defense.
Not in this state. They have to travel.
If the mother's life is in danger, that's not correct.
No, it is correct. There's lots and lots of stories about women whose doctors just could not do anything for them. This is reality. This is where we're at today.
You're not. That's incorrect.
It's not incorrect. It's absolutely not incorrect.
We'll have the bill sponsored. The bill sponsors here that sponsored that bill.
And I know, and you can talk to lots and lots of doctors who are not able, because it's like such a slippery slope of how sick does she have to be? How septic is she? Are her organs shutting down? Not quite enough. These things are real. These things are happening in this state. So I just have a whole lot of concerns about this and the path that this is taking us down. I know you've got good intentions. I know you want to help women and families, but I feel like we want to be really prudent in being sure that the advice we give is right for that person's situation, and that we're not propaganda, that's not a word I can say, that we're not putting propaganda out there and we're not giving them the full realm of information and options. So I have concerns. I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you for the time.
Chair recognizes Representative Shaver of Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I just came to address an issue that had been raised about the number of centers, which you
Yes.
mentioned, but also since the media is listening, and if anybody else from home is listening, and those in the audience, to be aware that resources to help women in a pregnancy, whether it's a crisis or not, is available on the Department of Public Health's website. They have published the Alabama Resource Directory for Women, Children, and Families. So it's a listing with every county where they can go to get help, whether it's a nonprofit crisis pregnancy center like these or public services, where to find child care. There's a comprehensive resource guide available online at the Alabama Department of Public Health website to help women who are needing services, not just these, but others as well. So I
Sure.
just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Good.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you for bringing the bill.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Chestnut of Dallas on the substitute.
Very negative.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So with the substitute, which lines are changed on the substitute?
I do not have that in front of me. Do you have a copy of the sub?
I want to make sure this part was still in here. Gotcha. Okay. So it should be lines 141 to 143. Can you see that part? Just have some questions.
Sure. 141 to 143?
Yes. That line, can you explain that line to me? Because it seems like you would give, so like one center could get
no more than 50%.
$5 million?
Yeah, if all the taxpayers that were going to give to pregnancy crisis centers, if all of them decided to give to one, out of all of them that are in the state, if they all directed their resources to one, then they couldn't give it all. They could give up to $5 million.
Well, so this is my question on this. Would it be better to micro cap like something along the lines of 25,000, 50,000 per center instead of, because you could have a situation where all of it goes to two centers and then we're exhausted.
You could. I think it's unlikely because taxpayers are located throughout the state and are likely to support the local center, pregnancy resource center. So I think that's highly unlikely, but in an area like Birmingham or in a larger metropolitan area, they could, have a lot of taxpayers there that direct their funding to one. So that's the reason we set the cap for an individual center.
Okay. Has this been implemented in other states?
It has been. I'm not sure of all the intricacies of the other states, but Mississippi's done it, and they've done it successfully there. And their cap's $10 million.
Do they allow two centers to conceivably?
I'm not sure if they do that or not. I haven't looked at their bill.
Okay. And lines 57 through 67, it talks about being able to claim up to half of the income and rolling over for 5 years. Can you explain to me how that works?
Yeah, so if, let's say I owed $5,000 to the state, or let's say I gave $5,000 to Pregnancy Crisis Center, and I only owed $1,000. I could take $1,000 this year, next year, and I could roll that.
So if you pay $5,000 check, you say, well, I just want to do $1,000 per year for the next 5 years up to 2029.
Yeah, so if I gave $5,000, I would get a certificate or an exemption certificate that said it's good for $5,000. I could take $1,000 this year, $1,000 next year, up to 5 years.
But unlike the federal, it's not a tax deduction.
It's not.
This is a credit.
It's a credit.
So, which means that you can credit it back against your state income tax?
State income tax only. Sure.
Okay. So, now, are you required to do like a lump sum donation, or would you have to give it each year, or you just give a lump sum and say spread it out because you might have had so like a guy hits a windfall and he wants to give a lot of money, like one of those star athletes or something.
Sure.
Like $5 million, right? 1 million per year. That's how they could do that, and that could be the tax credit. So they can conceivably, they probably wouldn't owe taxes for the state.
Yeah, up to half their tax burden. So they could have a good year, but they couldn't take the whole. They couldn't write off. They couldn't get a credit for all of their taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So you could give your taxable profit for the year. Whatever your tax burden was, you could give that. Mm-hmm. But you couldn't take all of your tax burden, only half.
Only half of it. So this is another question I have. Does it have to be a 501c3 organization, or because and I'm going with this, 501c4, they're more advocacy, politically driven. 501c3 is generally, we're doing this, we're not trying to get involved in the political arena.
Sure.
So,
and that's 501c3 is the only type organization we contemplated here. So we didn't go beyond that.
Okay. And I think we have one in my area. I know the former mayor of one of the towns, his wife runs a center. Do you have like a map or kind of show which counties have these?
I don't have one. We have kind of a regional one in Northwest Alabama, one that covers, I think, 4 or 5 counties.
Okay. And as far as, so let me ask you this question. Is the ultimate goal behind this to increase or level off the state's population?
No, I don't think that would be accurate. It doesn't level off the population. We're encouraging healthy childbirth.
Trying to increase the population. So what has been our have we seen declines or steady or increases over the last 10 years?
Yeah, so the state has underperformed in some areas, and we want to make sure that the children are born healthy, they're raised healthy, and given every opportunity to get off to a great start.
Okay. And so I guess another question I had for you is I saw that someone brought it up here earlier about carrying to term, but you said that we in Alabama, a person wouldn't be compelled if their life was in danger. They wouldn't be compelled to carry to term. If their life was in danger, that's the part. And what is the I mean, I don't know what, because I'm not a doctor, but what is the litmus test for that?
Well, I'm not too sure that's germane to the topic at hand here. I'm not a doctor either. I mean, the sponsor of the bill is behind me. If you want to get into those kind of specifics about that.
Okay. And so the sunsetting of this bill is what, 5 years from now? Or is it a sunset?
No, the 5 years is the carryover provision for, taking your tax credit forward.
This is coming out of ETF, right?
It does cap 2029, so 5 years.
Okay, 5 years. Okay, then we're gonna look at it again if that's
right.
the case.
Yeah.
And then, okay, because that was one of I did have a concern with that. I mean, obviously we all have concerns with the education trust.
We'll have to vote on it again 5 years.
Okay. I think you answered my questions so far. I know when I leave from up here, I'm gonna think of something else, but yeah, I think that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rafferty of Jefferson. Chair recognizes Representative Boyd. Oh, okay, you ready?
Do you want to?
Rafferty, yes.
Okay. All right.
I recognize you.
Thank you for the recognition. Okay. Well, we'll get on to that in a little bit. But there was something else I was kind of reading as I was going through here. And, particularly when we want to talk about reproductive health and justice in reproductive justice and things that people have been able to have access to in this state, it's changed drastically quite in recent years, including, we had one thing earlier this year where we saw that a service that many people across the state wanted, IVF, became illegal. I mean, not illegal, but became closed down. IVF clinics became shut down because of an interpretation of the laws that we've already put into place. So for some reason, that piques my kind of interest and caution when I'm looking at this law and I see things like a statement. If we look at page 4, I think, this is page 4 on the House Ways and Means Education report is substitute. I don't know if we're looking at the same thing. I'll check with you real quick.
Sure.
I got the original bill. What's the same? So just there on page 4 of the substitute that we just adopted, under statement B, talking about what would be the criteria to make this a organization that would be qualified for this particular tax credit. So it says a statement that the organization does not provide for, refer, promote, or provide coverage of drug-induced or surgical abortions, and does not financially or otherwise support, partner with, or affiliate with other entity that provides, pays for, refers for, promotes, or provides coverage of abortions, including non-surgical abortions and abortive. And I think I had an issue pronouncing this word last time, the abortifacients.
Sure.
Correct. Okay.
That's good.
So now with the IVF decision and what we've seen there, does this mean, what does that include and what does that mean, abortifacients? Because I'm concerned that this might include things like Plan B, long-acting birth control that lots of women choose and elect to use to make sure that their family making decisions are left with them and their partner, or any other sort of birth control or contraception. Period. Is there any? What can you say to respond to that to make me feel a little bit better about that?
Well, I'm not sure I'm going to make you feel better. It obviously, we're pretty clear there that these centers do not recommend abortion. and that abortion could be
Yeah, I get that. I'm not talking about. I don't agree with that language at all. I'm talking about the abortifacients part right here, though.
Yeah.
So does this mean that an organization that would be, educating women about contraception, that would be working to maybe providing contraception to women as an effective family planning method, that they would not be, that they would not be qualified for this?
Well, what's happening currently is.
Because right now, abortion's already against state law, right?
That's right.
So are we now trying to discourage the discussion about even contraception in this place?
Well, what's happening though currently, it is against the law to give the abortifacients to patients in the state, as you just said. It's already illegal. But what's happening is, out of state and really out of country, they're using foreign doctors and foreign pharmacies to ship in these abortifacients into the state. And
what medications, though, specifically?
So,
we're not talking about Plan B here, long-acting birth control. What about an IUD? If you have medically qualified people on staff, would they not be able to use a copper ion IUD? Would that be would a facility that provides copper ion IUDs be restricted from being able to receive this kind of money here?
I'm not familiar with all the technical terms on the.
Well, I'm just talking about any really common day effective science-based contraception. Would contraception be anybody that's providing contraception or guidance on contraception that would be scientifically based and evidence-based be excluded from receiving this benefit here?
Well, these folks are not going to give out abortifacients. Now, can they not? I mean, the state already has. We just passed Representative Daniels' bill about permitting contraception, right?
Well, that's what are you saying? I'm asking about what we're doing. If this bill restricts any agency that would be providing any sort of contraception.
I don't see contraception.
Including Plan B, including long-acting birth control, including hormonal birth control, or the whole myriad amounts that might be there, would they be excluded from providing medically pertinent, evidence-based tools for people to be able to make their family decisions?
I think when we talk about abortifacients here, we're talking about mifepristone and methotrexate, and I'm not.
But you can't tell me one way or another. I mean, for all we know, the Supreme Court might decide that some of these things. I mean, we can't even decide on if pregnancy begins at conception or at implantation. This all kind of came up with the IVF debate. So this is showing the kind of nuanced issues that we're having with the laws that we put on the books that we're not able to really address now, and that's why I am worried about what we're seeing here and how our court here might interpret these things, interpret the language in this bill.
How the court may interpret who gets a tax credit donation, I'm not sure how that would be interpreted any other way than if...
It's just precedent. I mean, it's just what are we doing about it? I just wanted more clarity as far as what do you mean by this? And are we banning contraception from it?
We're not. We're in no way doing that. This is only saying who can receive a tax credit.
Okay, so the answer is we really don't know then.
No, that's exactly what I just said.
But we don't know if we don't know if a clinic that is offering guidance or scientifically pertinent, medically relevant information about various forms of birth control would be excluded from being able to receive this. And the answer is you don't know.
Yeah, we don't restrict contraception. What this bill is doing is giving a very narrow group of people the ability to receive donations from tax credits.
Okay, well, we'll agree to disagree on that one then, all right? How about that? Anyway, going back to the privacy concern, I wonder if you had some time to look over that and if you were willing to accept that.
No,
is it okay if I turn them? Yeah.
Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 356 by Representative Rafferty.
Okay, so just, I know I brought it up to you kind of last minute, so I just hope you would consider it because it is, I think, a valid concern.
HIPAA already covers it. I don't think we should interfere with federal law here.
This isn't interfering. This is making sure that we're complying with it.
Any pregnancy resource center that provides medical care
This is
is
making sure that
already covered.
let's make sure that we're following federal law.
It's already covered.
Let's make sure that we're staying with federal law here.
It's already covered.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I move to table the amendment.
All right.
Question for the body is a motion to table. All in
For the
favor,
record,
vote aye.
everybody.
We'll vote. All in favor,
Ladies,
vote
watch
aye.
out.
All opposed, vote no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 73 yeas, 30 nays. The motion is tabled.
All right. Let it be seen, public. Thank you.
Move final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 356 is substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 75 yeas, 28 nays. House Bill 356 passes. Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 54 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 234 by Senator Gavan relating to public contracts.
Chair recognizes Representative Lomax of Madison.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, currently municipal public building authorities are exempt from certain competitive bidding laws for building of certain plants, buildings, and other facilities for industrial development. This bill would simply bring up county public building authorities to the same level as municipal building authorities in that respect. And with that, I ask for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for final passage.
The chair recognizes Representative Drummond of Mobile. The question for the body's final passage of SB 238. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, no nays. SB 234 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to indefinitely postpone HB 337.
Without objections, motion to indefinitely postpone. Ayes and nays. What? Voice vote, yeah. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you, body.
Yeah. Look, clerk call the first uncontested local bill on the regular calendar.
On page 3 of the calendar, House Bill number 180 by Representative Shiree relating to Mobile County.
That bill's contested. No, it's not? Did they vote? Okay, I'm sorry. What? Are you sure something? As adoption of the BIR, the clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 83 ayes, no nays. The BIR is adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 180. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 41 yeas, no nays. HB 180 passes. Clerk to call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 56 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 163 by Representative Williams relating to Mobile County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 53 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted. Question for the body's final passage of SB 163. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 24 yeas, no nays. SB 163 passes. Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 77 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 193 by Senator Williams relating to Mobile County.
Question for the body is adoption of BIR. The clerk will unlock the machines. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. It's 52 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted. Question for the body's final passage of SB 193. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 21 yeas, no nays. SB 193 passes. Clerk will call the next bill in the calendar.
On page 77 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 268 with substitute by Senator Williams relating to Mobile County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Question for the body is the clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 54 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted. Question for the body's adoption of the sub. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 21 yeas, no nays. The substitute is adopted. Question now before the body is adopted. Final passage of SB 268 is substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
There's an amendment on the next one.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 20 yeas, no nays. SB 268 passes as substituted. Clerk will call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 77 of the calendar, House Bill number 442 by Representative Wood R. relating to Calhoun County.
Chair recognizes Representative Wood. No, just do the BR. Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 53 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted. You have an amendment?
Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker. It's sunset.
Is it sunset?
Yes, sir.
The question before the body's adoption of the amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 24 yeas, no nays. The amendment is adopted.
Move for final passage.
Question before the body's passage of HB 442 is amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 19 yeas, no nays. HB 442 passes as amended.
Thank you,
Clerk, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 78 of the calendar, House Bill number 443 by Representative Robbins relating to the city of Childersburg.
Question before the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 45 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted. Question now before the body's final passage of HB 443. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 13 yeas, no nays. HB 443 passes. Clerk, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 78 of the calendar, House Bill number 478 by Representative Hammett relating to Covington County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 45 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 478. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 10 yeas, no nays. HB 478 passes. Clerk, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 78 of the calendar, House Bill number 480 by Representative Crawford relating to Limestone County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 50 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted. Question before the body now is final passage of HB 480. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 18 yeas, no nays. HB 480 is given final approval. Passage. Clerk, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 78 of the calendar, House Bill number 482 by Representative Woods relating to Walker County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 47 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 482. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 12 yeas, no nays. HB 482 gives final approval. Clerk, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 78 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 263 by Senator Jones relating to Etowah County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 42 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted. Question for the body is final passage of SB 263. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 14 yeas, no nays. SB 263 passes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk received the resolution.
House Resolution number 247 by the Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Move for adoption.
Question for the body's adoption of the calendar. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Ayes clearly have it. Clerk, call the first bill in the special order calendar.
On page 51 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 208 by Senator Kelly relating to social work examiners.
Chair recognizes Representative Hassel.
This companion bill of HB 318, Social Worker Licensure Compact, is an agreement between multiple states that allows social workers to practice across state lines without needing to obtain a separate license in each state.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
Final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 208. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. SB 208 passes. Clerk will call the next bill on the calendar, special order calendar.
On page 38 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 210 by Senator Smitherman relating to juveniles.
Chair recognizes Representative Pascal.
Mr. Speaker, this bill will allow concurrent jurisdiction for our military. And with that, I call for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. At 100 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted. The question for the body is final passage of S. That was kind of sorry.
Okay, I have a committee sub, Mr. Speaker, and I will explain the committee sub. It's just to change the word juvenile to child to be in concurrence with the current code.
Question for the body is the adoption of the sub. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 yeas, no nays. The substitute is adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of SB 210 is substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. SB 210 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you.
You're welcome. Right here. The clerk will call the next bill on the calendar.
Page 60 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 287 by Representative Gavan, relating to the Code of Military Justice.
Chair recognizes Representative Allman of Tuscaloosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a companion bill to HB 412, and we've already passed this once. Call for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. (101) yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted.
Move for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 287. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. What? 101 yeas, no nays. SB 287 passes. The clerk call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 8 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 25 by Senator Weaver, relating to the Board of Nursing.
The chair recognizes Representative Collins of Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every hospital needs more nursing support staff, and this bill just clarifies the standards and the scope of practice asked for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted.
I move for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 25. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. SB 25 passes. Clerk call the next bill on the calendar.
Thank you, body.
On page 69 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 88 by Senator Weaver, related to the Alabama Fire College.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Mr. Lovin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill just adds 2 members to the State Fire College Board. With that, I'd ask for BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will, I'm sorry. Chair recognizes Ms. Morris from Montgomery.
As much as I want to go home, just like everybody else, can y'all give them 1 minute to at least explain what's on the bill so we'll know exactly what it is that we're voting on? Thank you.
Ask for BIR.
Question before the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Morris of Montgomery.
Tell me a little bit about this bill, sir.
Be happy to. This pertains to the State Fire College in Tuscaloosa, and this adds 2 members to from the fire community. The board is now 7, and this takes it to 9 members.
Okay, what's the diversity of it?
It's made up, the language is in there. It was already for the original 7, and this says at the bottom that the appointing authorities shall coordinate their appointments to assure that the membership of the commission is inclusive and reflects the racial, gender, geographic, urban, rural, and economic diversity of the state. So all that is incorporated in the 7, and that would extend to those the extra 2 as well.
Okay, I want to thank you for bringing this, and I probably would have went head on and just went on to my seat, but since I have 10 minutes, I probably just go ahead and stay up here for the full 10 minutes.
Sure.
Because you're the rules chairman, and I just don't think that it's a good thing for us as a body that's voting on bills for the general public to just run through things like that, like out of order. Everything's supposed to have some type of order, even if it's just a line or 2 about what it is. that's actually taking place inside the bill. And just calling simply for the BIR is not going to be just good government on our behalf to at least be able to explain something. Some of us at least want to know what's taking place. I don't know what kind of meetings you all hold or have or dealing with the bill. So sometimes some people come down and we don't even know exactly what it is that they actually talking about. So just for clarity, and you the rules chairman, for clarity, I'm asking for people to come down and at least give us something about what it is that we're voting on. Or I come down here every time and I do every 10 minutes that I have on every last one of these bills.
Certainly, and I take this job very serious, just like you do and members of this room do. This calendar I put together are some bills. They're not necessarily simple, but they're not something that's really divisive or something that would cause a debate. So I tried to, it's late in the evening, so I wanted an easy calendar for people to go through. So I think with that came a little bit of the lax of the voice, but I gave a quick summary of what this bill did when I came down. I would encourage everyone to do that very quick summary. And with any more questions, I encourage the questions as well. So I take every vote I take here very serious, and I think most members do as well.
Well, I hope everybody take their vote serious because we represent a group of people. We all represent. And when we go home, people ask us questions about what it is that we was voting on. And to be able to just look at it and see something, even though they're not divisive or controversial, we still need to know exactly what it is that we're actually voting on. And I know I heard a couple of my colleagues say a couple words over there, but that's just not fair for those of us who are asking for just a couple lines to just tell us what it is that we're actually voting on. It's just that simple. I just keep turning my light on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 88. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays. SB 88 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body.
Clerk will call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 71 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 101 by Senator Kelly relating to the Heating, Air Conditioning, Refrigeration Board.
Chair recognizes Representative Wharton and Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, I think, gives the Heat and Air Board an opportunity to wire up their heating and air systems. So with that, I ask for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 96 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative McCampbell of Marengo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentleman Yield.
I do.
One quick question.
Yes, sir.
I see where it's changing the apprenticeship portion of their code, I guess.
To changing the apprenticeship code?
Yeah. And, well, okay. So you're unsure?
I am not sure if it's changing the code.
Okay.
I don't think it is.
All right. It does.
Thank you.
Representative Wharton, I'm showing a sub. You care to explain your sub to us, please?
Well, if I had a sub, I would explain it to you. And if I had some glasses where I could see what I was explaining, I'd be happy to do that. Hold on, I might have them.
Here's some more. There's your other one. Oh, that's my bill.
What now? Yeah, I had mentioned the sub actually is to let the contractors wire up their own systems. Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, you heard his explanation. Question for the body is the passage of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 100 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted. Representative Wharton.
I ask for final passage.
That is questions, final passage of SB 101. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 97 ayes, 0 nays. SB 101 as sub has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Is that your first bill?
I want to thank my Coleman delegation for allowing me to be here today.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 10 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 12 by Senator Elliott, relating to the retirement systems of Alabama.
Actually, me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body Senate Bill 12 would allow public retirees in the teachers' retirement system or employees retired who come back and run for public office to draw their full dollars while still maintaining their full retirement benefits. And with that, I'd ask for the BIR.
That's questions. Adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Wood.
Yes, sir. I'd ask for final passage, please.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Houston, Representative Lee.
Okay, quick question. I know you said they're retired, already retired,
Yes.
and they're coming back with full pay. No problem with that.
Yes.
Are they paying into the retirement system?
No, they can't do that, no. So if they're retired and they run for public office, they can draw their full retirement, which now they're limited to $38,000. So we've done all of this to try to get people to go back to work, but then people that have worked 25 years with all this knowledge, we are actually minimizing how much they can make. But you cannot pay back into the system. You cannot retire from the same job and take the same job again.
Well, and that may be the case, so they say, but I totally disagree. I am for unlimited pay, whatever they're worth, to pay them whatever. I have no problem with the limit of payment, as long as you set a contract at the beginning of the contract that they pay into the retirement system, because we've got to pay the retirement system that they're not paying. We've got to make it up. I'm for unlimited pay. I don't want to hold back anybody. I don't have a problem with anybody retiring 3 times and going to work. But I do have a problem with them not paying into retirement, because they're taking up a place where the person that would be in their place paying retirement, and we have to pay retirement. So I'm going to vote no against the bill for that very reason. But it's not because I don't think they should be hired. I think they should be hired.
I do too.
I think they bring a
And I think
ton
they
of-
shouldn't be penalized.
No, I don't think they should be penalized.
Right.
However, when you hire somebody, if you set the contract at the beginning to where, okay, we're going to hire you at $75,000, I don't care. If they're worth it, pay them. But That's when you say, okay, but in this agreement, you're going to pay into a retirement system because you're taking up a spot of someone that would be paying into a retirement system.
But we're not going to be paying them a benefit. So we're paying them the benefit of what they've already gained.
But you're missing the opportunity for somebody to pay into it because you're taking that spot up. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Is this elected?
Yes, I'm elected. This is elected. This is elected.
Well, I take all that back. Okay. Hey, I know when to be corrected, but that's the way I feel about those that we rehire.
Well, I thank you for being
Let me tell you, I've got a minute or two. Let me tell you where we've missed. Folks, let me tell y'all where we've missed. Where we've missed a lot of opportunity. We should be allowing people to come back to work after they retire. And I'm not talking about elected. I'm talking about the people that we actually depend on every day. Those people, we ought to be able to hire them back without any limit. If whatever they're worth, they're valued, or they wouldn't be called back to work. With the agreement, as I said, that they're going to pay into taxes or pay into the retirement system and hire them back. The only reason we're not doing that, and you know why we have a limit, is because we're not, the retirement system saying we're not getting the money from them paying into retirement system. So I'm sorry, that is, you're talking about
Okay,
elected.
well, it sounds like it'd be a good bill.
Well, I've worked on it 5 years ago and it didn't work out, but that's what we should do. We should not allow people to be not allowed to work here a second opportunity because they're not paying into retirement system. We can set that up with a contract so they do it, and we won't have to pay the millions of dollars that we do to catch up with retirement.
I think you're
Thank you.
absolutely right. Thank you. Thank
Chair,
you.
thanks, and gentlemen. The question for the body now is final passage of SB 12. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. SB 12 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body.
Thank you, lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 74 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 33 by Senator Elliott relating to education.
Chairman Baker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation, this amends the Students First Act of 2011 and also the Teacher Accountability Act. This allows for local school systems to be able to employ their administrative assistants as contract employees. It's permissive. It's up to each local school system. I'll be glad, well, first I'll move for adoption of the BIR, and then I'll be glad to entertain any questions.
That is the question, is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a committee amendment, a sub, and with that though, but there was some ongoing discussion with that, in which I did agree in that meeting then to move forward with speaking with the education entities and trying to move forward with this. And so I would move then to table the committee sub, and then there will be a floor amendment that will be tacked on.
Okay, the request is to table the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 76 ayes, 18 nays. The sub has been tabled. Chairman Baker.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I do have is the floor amendment, which this incorporates some of what was in the committee sub, along with taking out some of that was in the committee sub. This is trying to make it more consistent with the Students First Act and the Teacher Accountability Act. I'll be glad to No, that was something that was one of contention. School superintendents, the class, and also school board association, all were opposed to it. No, this is, no, not, they've done that for the EA. No, the other entities were not. So you got 3 versus 1. Okay. Right. Renew the motion to adopt the floor amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 33 by Representative Baker.
Representative Baker. Explain your amendment, please.
Oh, okay. This would, on page 13, this would replace lines 353 and 354 with the following. Hearing, period. The circuit court shall schedule the hearing or assign a mediator within 10 business days of the filing of a request for a non-jury expedited evidentiary hearing. The written decision of the mediator shall be binding on the parties. The 45-day period may be waived by either party. And then also on page 24, replace line 645 with the following. Section 4, this act shall become effective on October 1. That is the floor amendment.
You heard the explanation of the floor amendment. I got a number of lights on. Ms. Hall, Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Could you tell me the information that you table? What was that information?
One moment. Let me grab a sheet that I have. That has I'm trying to locate exactly on that. I might can locate it within the bill here.
I understand. Today I had that experience in my committee. I had so many papers that when it was time for me to present my bill, I was unable to do so. What I'm trying to determine is that what you brought an amendment in addition to what you tabled, and that amendment, according to what I have here, is that it seemed to have something to do with the dismissal or hearings and the timeline. So I'm trying to determine, is the timeline that you're talking about, are you changing that timeline to a longer period of time? Because I don't have that bill in front of me, or a shorter period of time.
Right, and I've got to find that in the bill.
That's the only thing about doing Senate bills that I didn't have it in front of me. You removed the committees.
Right, it was going from the committee sub, it was going to be 10 days, and then that was going to extend it to 30, and that had been completely removed as this was trying to align it with the Students First Act.
So you were trying to align what? The employment of the assistant superintendents, the assistant chief school officers, the assistant principals. Was that what your amendment was?
That is the intent, yeah, trying to keep this in line, more consistent with the Students First Act, the Teacher Accountability Act.
And so in the Student First Act, there are, what, 10 business days that you have for the process of a hearing?
Yes, I was trying to find the exact page.
Because your statement that you started on page 13.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Ms. Hall.
No, I'm waiting to hear what you all are deciding over there.
If you just want to withdraw the amendment. Let me come tell you.
Well,
It says mediator, we think it's supposed to be arbitrator.
All right, Ms. Hall, I think what we'll do right now, being there's been some discussion on this.
Sure.
And I would move to withdraw the amendment at this time. We'll continue to work on this amendment then, and then.
So you're going to ask to carry it over at the call of the chair? Is that what you're doing?
I withdraw the amendment at this time.
So in withdrawing the amendment, that means you're going with the bill that is.
Okay, the sponsors made a motion to withdraw the amendment.
Right. Mr. Speaker, I'll make a motion then to carry the bill over at the call of the chair.
And all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The bill has been carried over.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Pringle.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess to the call of the chair, and I ask the members to please stay in the building so we can get started promptly when he comes back. Move to temporary recess.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are in recess.
Members, please start making your way to the chamber. Members, please start making your way to the chamber so we can reconvene at 11. Members, please come to the chamber. Members, please come to the chamber so we can get started.
The House come to order. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I move the House stand in adjournment until 10 a.m. Thursday, May the 2nd.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
We carried it up.